해당 게임은 공포게임이며 전체 이용가가 아닙니다. 광감이는 바로 주의사항. 이 어두운 곳에서 어떤 두려움을 마주하게 되더라도 부디 따뜻한 마음을 가지고 들여다보아주세요. 잘못된 엔딩은 없습니다. 잘못된 선택도 없습니다. 새로운 관점과 새로운 시작만 존재합니다. 이것은 사랑에 관한 이야기입니다. 공주님이 갇혀있어. 근데 얘를 죽여야 되나봐. 뭐 이거는 굳이 안 건드려도 되겠지? Shift A는 딱히 뭔가를 되게 건들만한 건 없네요. 그냥 클릭 스페이스바 엔터 뭐 이 정도? 화살표 엔터 이렇게. 자, 설정은 윈도우 전참 뭐 별 상관없을 듯. 건너뛰기, 안본 텍스 뭐 이런 게 다양하게 있네요. 전멸 효과. 일단 밤이니까 끌까? 밤이니까 눈이 아플 수 있거든? 챕터 1 공주와 영웅.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of
공주를
the
죽이지
world.
않으면 세상은 멸망할 것입니다. 그래서 나 안 할래.
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
그러게. 지하실에 갇힌 공주가 어떻게 세상을 끝낸다는 거임?
Don't linger on the specifics. You have a job to do here. Just get in there and do what needs to be done. We're all counting on you.
그 말엔 증거가 있냐?
Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin.
내
Why would you
해설자
be
마음에
here
안
if it
드는데?
weren't to complete a very
왜 나한테
important
억지로 뭐
task?
시키려 그래?
You've made it this far.
마왕님은 이렇게
You
하면
might as well reach the
잘하는데.
end of your journey.
마왕님 이러면은 싫어해요.
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless,
시간이
let me
없다고?
assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous.
공주가 갇혀
She
있는
is not
거는
dangerous because she's locked up.
그녀가 위험하기 때문입니다. 갇혀 있어가지고 위험한 게 아니에요.
And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation. Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will
공주가
end.
밖에
There
나오면
is no
세상이 끝나.
changing
무슨
that.
말도 안 되는 억측이에요.
It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything.
그
Unless,
정도야?
of course, you do your job and slay her.
공주를 죽이는 건 너무하지
it?
않아?
Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that
Huh?
much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress?
아니 사람을
If
죽이는 게
anything,
문제라고 이
slaying a princess is
멍청아.
much better than slaying a seamstress.
세상을 위해서 사람을
Seamstresses
죽이는 게
contribute something
괜찮냐고.
of value to society. Oh, if only that were the case. But
다른 사람은
I
안
don't make the
되니?
rules. I have to say, I'm surprised at your reluctance thus far. But unfortunately for the both of us, you're the only one who can pull this
하지만
off.
대뜸 눈을 뜨자마자 사람을 죽여주세요 그러는데 어떻게 그걸 오케이 하냐?
Like I said, I don't make the rules, no matter how much I wish I did.
마왕님이 자막을 살짝 가려요? 이 일에 보상은 있느냐?
Yes, but you'll have to slay her before you get it. It's a secret, but I think
뭘
you'll
줄
like it.
건데요?
It's a special reward, just for you. And whatever you think it might be, I can promise you it's going to be
그렇게 이거
even
미세하게
better
가리네.
than your wildest imagination.
이 자막을 어떻게 못하나? 미세하게 가리고 있음. 차라리 화면을 좀 작게 할까? 봐봐. 이런 식으로. 자, 이런 식으로 좀 이렇게 하면은 이러면 자막은 다 보이거든? 채팅창으로도 보이고. 오, 뭐야. 점점 선택지가 많아지고 있음. 내가 세상을 끝장낸다고 해도
Of course I haven't.
내가
Why would I even
읽어주거든요?
consider that? Nobody wants
이게
the
뭐
world to
화면이
end.
별로면은 그냥 내가 읽어주겠음. 당연히 생각 안 해봤죠. 뭐하러 그런 가능성까지 생각했습니까? 멸망은 아무도 원치 않아요.
I mean, maybe some people do, like nihilists or very, very
아주 나쁜
evil
사람은-
people. But surely you're
나
not one of
마왕인데?
those, right?
나 마왕인데? 너 잘못 걸렸다요. 마왕님 마왕이다요. 나 안
Are you
할래.
serious? No, you have to do
No,
it.
no, no. 저는 마왕입니다. 세상 멸망시켜주세요. 지금 당장. Right now. 돌아서서 떠난다.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
거짓말. 그래, 난 길을 알아. 말했다시피 난 세상이 끝나도 상관없어. 우리의 것이 아닌 새로운 세상을 받아들이겠어.
There won't be a new dawn if the world ends. There'll just be nothing forever.
누가 걸음소리 났어.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the
이
cabin.
녀석 나의 행동을 해설하는군. 하하하.
Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it.
맞아. 영웅. 야, 나레이션이 아니라 영웅의 목소리 변했습니다. 우리가 받은 이 임무는 옳은 일이 아니야. 물러나자.
Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
뭐지? 해설자 너 뭐야? 거슬리는 목소리. 내가 영웅인데 내 목소리를 무시하라고?
That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin.
야, 뭔가 지금
How
이상해.
convenient. Everything's back on track again.
죽이면 안
Maybe the
되나?
world can still be saved after all.
이럴 수가. 돌아서서 다시 또 떠난다. 나는 원래 이런 마왕님이야.
You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever.
진짜 다 죽어? 맞아, 내 이거거든? 내가 이거야. 지금 내 마인드가 이거거든. 내 말이 이 말이에요. 날 이런 외딴 섬에 던져놓고서는 자기들 대신에 나를 지금 죽이라고 강요하는 거잖아.
When I said everyone, I meant everyone. That's a pretty large group to just condemn to death over a single princess. And, last I checked, you're part of everyone too, so if you think about it, walking up to that cabin and slaying her is really in your best interests as well.
참.
But fine, you turn around and track back down
돌아서서
the path you
어떠냐. 개빡치겠다. 해설자 미안해. 자꾸 하던 거 또 하게 되네.
Oh, would you look at that?
아이고,
You're at the
이런.
cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess.
아니 잠깐만 나도 이게 좀 궁금한데 과연 이 끝에는 무슨 엔딩이 있을지 너무 궁금하네요. 궁금하다요. 약간 스타일리 그거 같네요. 나는 그래도 안 가. 절대 네가 말한 대로 안 가볼래.
There's always a choice.
거기에도 엔딩이
Let me
있겠지
tell
뭐.
you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who's ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will.
응, 그 잘못은 제가 정합니다.
And here we go. As
밤이
you trudge into the
됐어.
woods, something strange starts to happen.
이상한 일?
At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes. Glimpses of familiar wooden structures through the leaves.
노래가 이상해졌어.
But as you focus on your surroundings, you start to realize that those flickers
질이 많았어.
weren't just a trick of light. In every direction,
우와,
there is a path
멋있다.
and a cabin. And not just a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths and cabins desperately trying to draw you back to where you need to be. Wait, what's going on?
마치 영웅의 목소리. What's going on?
But you're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can
뭔
to shirk your
책임이야!
responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world.
세상을 구한다는 가정도 없잖아. 나 네 해설자 네가 뭔데 지금 그렇게 얘기하냐? 나 오히려 네가 더 수상한데? 공주를 죽여야지 세상을 구한다는 그냥 네 혼자만의 주장인데 뭘 어떻게 내가 그걸 믿어? 청기야, 네가 생각을 해봐라. 갑자기 자고 일어났는데 숲속이야. 에? 뭐지 않는데 갑자기 나보고 저기 누구 들어오는 죽이래. 너 같으면 죽이겠냐고. 되겠냐?
You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just
참나.
wander off into the forest in search of
나는
certain
어디까지나
death.
이성적으로 판단하겠습니다. 사람의 목숨은 그렇게 가벼운 게 아니거든요.
You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness. But it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
죽었어? 와, 챕터 추가됐는데? 왜?
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin.
뭐라?
And in the basement of that cabin is you're here to slay her.
뭐라?
If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
방금 이거 일어났던
It
건데요?
hasn't. Or if it has, I certainly haven't been a part of it. We've just
아니야.
met for the first time,
너
you and
몰라?
I. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
너 영웅이지 나한테 말한다 해요.
I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what we're thinking. He's like a captive audience.
반항심의 목소리?
The entire world ending wasn't enough to get rid of us. I don't think there's much he can do other than object. I wonder what else we can do to ruin his day.
나는 반항심이 아니야.
If by ruining my day, you mean ruining everyone's day forever, then yes, I suppose there are plenty of ways you could pull that off. The world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. For all we know, we just got lucky.
영웅은 조심하자고 하네요.
The world hasn't ended yet. And you are never going to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task
일단
ahead.
집중하세요. 네. 헉, 지난번에 저 벽은 없었는데. 그러게 야 벽 생겼어. 이거 뭐야? 뒤에 벽이 있어.
What are you talking about? I'm sure those walls have always been there. It makes sense if you
이상한
think about
벽이
it.
막
If there weren't any walls in the
가로막았어.
woods, someone might have
야,
gotten
문
lost.
열어.
Or, heaven forbid, someone other than you might have stumbled onto the princess.
거짓말 해봐. 거짓말 한번. 오케이. 한번 해볼게 그러면.
You know I can tell when you're lying, right? Please take this seriously. I am begging you.
치, 눈치 빠르구나요.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying
믿지
her.
말라고?
Don't believe a word she says. If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar.
반항심이 나한테 얘기해준다. 반항심의 목소리가 저에게 조언을 해주네요.
Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the sake of it. Let's keep an open mind.
그래, 뭐 가끔은 반항이 도움이 될 때도 있잖아.
cabin interior is wrong. A confusing patchwork of many cabin interiors, all projected across what's almost the same space. But it's all shifted. An inch here, a foot there, such that the seams are never quite visible enough for the place to make any sense. The only furniture of note is a plain table, its legs all the wrong lengths. Its material devoid
밑에는
of
막 우주가
feature.
있음.
Perched on that
움직여요.
table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
어지러워.
If he wants us to take it, maybe we should just leave it to collect dust. Or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyway?
반항심이 자꾸 뭐라 그래.
We're taking the knife. Have you seen this place? We have literally no idea what to expect and no idea what we're dealing with. I've already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and straightforward premise? You can't just say that.
맞아.
When everything here is so
이게 뭔가 거울만 있고 바닥도 이상하고 무섭다 해요.
My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action, save the entire world. And if you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep into your heart. You cannot lose yourself before you even get to her. Oh, ho, ho, ho. You've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we
기분이
lose
좋네요.
ourselves?
난 반항 안 할지도 몰라.
Nothing, because you're going to pull yourself together. Just ignore the stressful geometry and stay.
평정을 유지하세요.
How? Even if we closed our eyes, you're constantly describing it to
맞아.
us.
난 좀 감았음.
I'm not going to stop doing my job, so you're just going to have to get better at yours. And quickly, if you don't
영어는 못
mind.
알아듣겠음.
Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin, but we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird. What you're seeing here is obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't
만약에
hard.
그러면은 처음부터 말 잘 들었으면 반항심의 목소리 안 나오나?
Okay. Okay, I'm fine.
신기하네 게임이.
Good. Now, whenever you're ready, we're all waiting for you to complete a very important task. You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall.
뭐라?
I hope you know
나
how
손이
ridiculous you
이상해요.
look right now.
나 뭐야? 너 괴물이야?
But there was a mirror a second ago. And now it's gone. You know that taking the mirror away from us isn't going to
나
change
이상해
things, right?
손이.
We'll find it
괴물
again.
손이야.
Then we'll see whatever it is that you don't want us to see.
그러네 얘들아 내 마우스도 이상하다? 마우스 모양이 괴물 손가락이야. 야. 자 일단 단검을 가지고 가지 않아 볼까? 우리 평화주의자로 한번 해보자고.
The door to the basement creaks
Wow.
open, revealing a web of branching
제정신이
staircases
아니다요.
all built from unidentifiable materials. Nothing here seems to belong, and the closer you examine your surroundings, the more confused you get, your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. The air here has a sickening, almost sludge-like miasma to it, the kind of indiscernible quality that comes from the blending together of every scent there is at once. An odour that is simultaneously everything and yet the sum. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour.
아니야. 살고 싶다고
Her
말해.
voice, a disquieting collage of tone and personality, drags up the stairs.
Hello? Hi. What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
공주님 목소리도 이상해요.
No, thank you.
No thank you.
Oh, don't be such a baby.
아
I don't
놀부라니
want to do
무서워.
this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're gonna die. We don't even have a weapon. But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall. No way to go but
정말 못
forward.
도망가, 이제?
And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure. And what's that? That the fate of the world hinges on your success? There'll still be plenty of ways to ruin his day.
자, 중앙의 계단, 거친 계단, 부드러운 계단, 그 다음에 외곽부터 한번.
You step to the left. The path is cruel against your feet, the impact of each step sending pulsing vibrations up your legs, until there's nothing left in them to feel.
왼쪽은 길이 가파르고 다리에 감각이 남아있지 않습니다.
The air around you grows cold the further you progress. At first a barely noticeable drop, quickly evolving into a numbing cold.
피부가 얼만큼 계단이 차가워집니다.
Your toes feel like blocks of ice. Your breaths puff out in clouds of condensed vapor.
야, 공주님을 만나는 게 쉽지가 않은데요.
You shudder against it as you continue down the stairway, losing yourself in the bone-deep chill.
나 얼어 죽었어?
You slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go. Time disappears.
나 얼어 죽었어.
You can feel yourself begin to untether.
야, 뭐야?
Physical sensations dull and then vanish, until the only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns
공주를
and
만나는
emotions
것도
of the
쉽지가
journey.
않구나.
A continuous march forward to a consumption and betrayal, skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as...
Are you just going to stand there?
뭐야, 언제 내려왔음 우리?
What the hell was that? What happened to us? I feel so strange. Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs. Oh well, that was a trip, but now it's over. Time to get back to our old devilish ways. The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement. Don't forget why you're here. And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down.
야, 나는 이런 생각으로 반항심을 맞는 게 아니야. 난 이런 생각은 아니었음.
You're here to... He's just being an ass. We remember. Though I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk to her for a bit. Try and get our bearings.
정상인
She
그저
seems
일반 사람인데요.
normal.
야, 이런 말 하면 안 되지. What's your name?
You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
그래?
You can call me Princess, if you'd like.
깜짝 놀랐잖아!
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures. And where there was once just one of her, there is now another. We can do that? I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back? You said you'd been here before, right? What
두 명인데
exactly
어떡하냐?
happened
두 명을
last
다
time?
죽여야 돼 그러면?
Does it matter? Yes, it matters. But I'm not going to waste any more time prying out details if you're going to be so irritating about it. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. But what's done is done, isn't it? Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's not already too late. You have a job to do here and you need to do it now.
얘 뭔가 야, 해설자도 거짓말쟁이. 해설자가 아까는 막 어라? 저는 당신을 지금 처음 만났는데 어쩌고 했는데 갑자기 막 이번에는 지난번 일 얘기를 꺼내네.
Oh, new plan. Let's see if we can make even more of her.
부절시키네요. 더 늘어났는데.
And what's that supposed to mean? Are you trying to get under my skin?
얘는 이거 몰라? 내가 문제인 거야 그러면?
There must be something wrong with you. I'm the same as I was a moment ago.
혹시 제가 문제인가요?
She fractures again. I don't like where this is going. Neither do I. Which is why you need to slay her now before things get more complicated than they already are. How would we even do that? Where would
그러니까
we
어떻게
start?
죽임?
Could always start by retrieving the blade. Can we even leave this place? I don't like thinking about what might happen to us if we have to go back. Well, that's where the blade is. If you want it, you'll have to go
아니야,
and get
나는
it.
괜찮아.
I don't think we're going to be able to put her back. Kind of hurts to think about it, doesn't it? It's like everything we say just multiplies her. It certainly looks that way, so please, for the love of everything,
못
stop
죽여.
asking her questions and
죽이지
stop
말고
stalling.
많아진
You're
공주님이랑
obviously
행복하게
just making
살자요.
things worse.
와, 하렘이다요. 야, 이거 뭐 다 왜 이렇게 돼 있음? 이거는 세 개가 묶여버렸는데 이게 맞나? 이게 뭔가 잘 버그인가? 자, 뭔지 모르겠지만 이유를 물어보자. 이유를.
Maybe it's because I'm dangerous.
너가 위험한 건 아는구나.
But you know, right? You have to know. You're the only other person I've ever seen. Or at least the only one I can remember. Don't give me false
얘는
hope.
표정이 좀
Please just end this
이상하다요.
already. One way or another, just do it.
그냥 하라고 정말?
Okay, this was fun for a bit, but we can't even really interact with her, can we? What's the point of asking questions if all we're going to get is a million answers?
정신 나갈 것 같아.
Can't even follow what's going on anymore.
나도 모르겠다요.
We need to get out of here. This whole place is making me itch.
근데 생각해보니까 나 또한 마찬가지 아니야? 나도 지금 내 귀로 분열된 거 아니야? 막 나랑 영웅이랑 해설자랑 반항심이랑 네 개로 분열된 거 아닌가? 자, 다 물어봐 일단.
What? Like you need me to hold your hand and tell you everything's okay? You're not really cut out for this, are you?
내
Why
공주는
are
좀
you even
건방지네요 좀. 죽일 의욕이 생기는 것 같습니다.
Oh, I thought they would send something better to deal with me. If the stairs manage to chew you up,
I will devour you.
날 먹는데요.
sometimes I feel like I'm being pulled apart too. It's so terrifying down here. But at least now you're not alone.
착한 애도 있고
And I'm not
또라이도
alone
있고
either.
이러네요.
I don't remember what it was like before I was in this place. Why would I know what happened to you?
아, 얘들도 다 생각이 다르구나. 얘 손모양도 달라. 얘는 사이코인가 봐. 얘 사이코, 얘는 좀 침울하네. 얘네들은 일반 공주들.
We're probably stuck down here forever, aren't we? There's no way out, and barely a way in.
자, 아무튼 뭐 이 마지막 남은 선택지를 골라요.
That's not right.
아, 왜?
Go on. You take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different. You experience a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a confident stride. You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions.
나도 빙글빙글 나눠진다.
You find the blade suddenly in your hands. All at once you use it to strike at her bindings as you remain upstairs and slay her and leave her to languish alone.
뭐야, 여러 가지 일이 동시에 발생하는데? 그 순간 당신의 손에 단검이 주어집니다. 당신은 공주를 죽이고자 단검을 들고 돌진하는 나도 있고 동시에 풀어주는 나도 있으며 다양한 내가 공존한다.
Is this what the end of the world looks like? What an unbearable mess.
그 와중에 이 공주는 되게 한심하게 쳐다보고 있어. 얘는 야, 내 손에 다 단검 들려있어. 갑자기 내 마우스 포인터가 단검을 들고 있는 손으로 변해서 찔러. 콕콕콕콕콕 찔러라. 콕콕콕콕콕. 나 단검 들었어.
But this... We can't...
와, 공주님이 막 얼굴이 찌그러지네. 야호.
Do you not have anything witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now.
공주님이 얼굴이 찌글찌글해진다요.
No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating. Luckily for all, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world and the princess collapse in on themselves before it all
뭘 해도 실패하는 엔딩인가 보네 이번에는.
falls apart.
이게
I think he's gone.
그런가요? 얘는 죽었어. 찔렸다요.
We were never going to salvage this, were we?
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are dead, and others, they just don't fit.
아, 시끄러! 한 명만 말해!
We can feel them moving around in spaces they don't belong. It's all so uncomfortable. Did you do this? Did we do this? Can you pull us back apart? Can you fix us?
틀렸어. 이미 글렀군.
We should help her. I think we did this. How surprisingly sincere. I didn't actually think our actions had consequences. It's a little late for regret, isn't
나는
it?
별로 후회하진 않는데.
Please.
이렇게 된 거면 찔러봐 그러면. 최선을 다해볼까 한번? 자. 어디 갔어? 하지만 그녀는 당신의 대답을 듣지 못할 것이다. 그녀는 사라졌고 그 자리를 대 무언가 대신한다고?
She's gone.
거울이
Where did she go?
생겼어.
Oh, there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
해설자도 사라졌어.
It is. Does that mean the world ended? Again, what the hell are we supposed to do?
아무래도 그녀를 찾아보자.
You're right. She's gone. It's just us and that awful thing.
저 끔찍한 것이 뭐야?
Again, what the hell are we supposed to
이거
do?
거울 말하는 건가? 거울을 들여다봐야
Something
돼?
dreadful about it. I don't think you should. No, don't do that.
뭐야 왜 그럼 하고 싶은데
I'm begging you, don't do
지하할
this.
건데
It's different now. It
이게
feels...
마지막이라는 거?
I don't know.
아니야 이
Final.
게임은 내가 삭제하기 전까지는 무한히 반복될 거라고. 너희들은 도망치지 못해. 내가 게임을 끌 때까지 말이야. 당신이 손을 뻗자 침묵이 내린다. 모두 사라졌으며 거울은 그대로 있다. 과연 거기에는 뭐가 있을까요? 괴물이 있습니다. 이건 바로 나였어. 나는 괴물이었다요. 땡. 당신은 이 텅 빈 공간에 혼자 서 있으면 고요하다. 당신은 왜야? 이게 뭐가 있는데? 그녀에게 당한다고?
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
손이 예뻐요. 공격한다. 뭐야 이게? 뭘 공격을 해 갑자기? 너는 뭐야?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
나는 괴물이에요.
Thoughts without connections.
고독한
A
빛은
dim and nascent
연결되지 않는
network.
사고의 흐름이며
I wish to be more.
뭔 말이야? 넌 내가 뭐라고 생각하니?
I think that you are like me.
아 그러면 친구네 그러면?
We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks. Yes, nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond, perspectives to make my own.
다크소울 같아요. 무슨 말이야?
These
알아듣기 좀
ones are a
할게.
contradiction, a winding kaleidoscope of paths and walls. They are stretched into a shape not unlike me, but it is a shape they cannot hold.
약간 차원이 막 합쳐졌나?
I am sorry that you met this vessel so early in your journey, but they will make for a rich and vibrant heart. Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves.
이게 세상의 멸망이야?
How can the world have ended if
그러게
we're
멸망 안
talking?
했네? 그럼 해피엔딩이네요? 혹시 해설자 알아? 아까 세상은 어떻게
I know
됐어요?
only that they are.
아, 나만 여기 갇힌 거고 바깥은 그냥 그대로 살아있나? 너 공주님이야?
She is part of me, and part of me is her.
네가 처음부터 공주였다는 건가요?
You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends?
야, 그래도 말 통하는 친구 하나 있으니까 좋네요. 우리는 서로 아는 사이인가요?
You are familiar, but you are not me. I feel sadness, longing, hope as I witness you.
네가 공주를 본 해설자에 대해 다 아니?
You are the only thing I have ever known. The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
그녀를 풀어주는 좀 웃기다. 그녀라니까 얘가. 혹시 네가 공주를 죽이려고 날 보낸 거야?
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here,
얘도
and
자유를
I too yearn
원한대.
to be free.
그녀를
I'm
풀어줘.
sorry. There are some changes that can never be undone. There are some tears that can never be unshed. This is not a place that can hold a fragment of a concept. The moment she arrived here, she was going to return to me. I promise that it doesn't hurt.
그게 뭐야? 공주는 얘를 몰랐나? 얘는 괴물이네 그러면. 그렇다면은 너를 공격을 한다. 공격! 아,
My roots burrow in an ocean beyond your sight. We cannot harm each other as we are now.
안 되는 까비. 이제 어떻게 되는 거야 그러면?
Nothing as we are. But I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them.
우리가 존재하는 것은 바깥 세상에 도달하기 위함이다. 뭐
There
어떻게 하면 거기
is no
가냐?
exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to.
설마 우리는 이전에도 여기 왔었나? 근데 잊어야 된대. 망각을 하게 한다네. 이미 1챕터에서도 이 과정을 우리는 겪었나 그러면? 한번 이미 이 과정을 통해 아주 만났던 구면일지도.
Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole. And perhaps then we will know our freedom.
더 많은 이 공주님을 데려야 달래. 내가 널 죽이면 어쩔 건데?
I have not lived. I am not afraid to die.
아예 탄생조차 안 한 존재인데 난 어디까지 들어버리는 거지?
Everything. Until we meet again.
맞네! 근데 얘를 구해주는 게 해피엔딩일까? 아니면 죽여버리는 게 해피엔딩일까? 이 조각은 얼마나 더 있어요?
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
내가 허락하지 않아? 난 공주 그러게 이거는?
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy
야, 얘
is
사상이
merely
좀
to
무서운데.
reshape.
하게는 그저 형태를 바꾸는 것일 뿐. 재구성과 재설계. 자, 인간을 재구성해볼게요. 그니까 너 무서워.
How can I know? I am flickers in something
이게 좀
sprawling
위험해.
and
잠깐만.
unilluminated.
너 세계 멸망시키려고 그러지? 너 진짜 나쁜 애인가 봐. 허락하지
Then we
않는다.
will be here forever, as we are now, unfinished, dry, hollow.
이거는 너무 잔혹하다요. 돌아갈 생각 없어.
If you need time, then I'll wait with you.
아니야. 나 평생 이러고 있을 거야. 너는 못 태어난다, 이 녀석. 영원히 기다린다.
You are as I am now, and forever is a long time to remain undone.
그러던가.
I am not you, but I know that I would return before forever was finished.
아 그래 안 돼?
What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever? Will you place the images of you and I into
이
a
비겁한
box for
녀석 이런 식으로
safekeeping?
협박을 하다니.
If you close that box, will you become another you in another world?
1인분의
An imaginary pattern repeating itself until it can
이런
no longer bear
여자친구를
the weight
좋아하나요?
of its hand-drawn
거참.
cage.
결국 영원한 시간은 여기서 기다리면은 내가 망가진다는 걸 얘기하는 거네요.
You'll always come back to the box because you'll always want to know
바보이
what it means to
음흉하다니까.
be you.
당신은 자신의
I will be
정체를 알고
here
싶어 하니까
waiting by
돌아올
your
거예요.
side until
꺼졌어. 우와. 게임이 스스로 꺼버렸어. 언젠가 돌아온다는 거지? 참나 어이가 없네. 게임이 꺼졌어. 건방지네. 너 죽여버리겠습니다. 감히 내
you
게임을
have
꺼?
returned to me. Though you were gone mere moments, I never left your side.
게임을 키니까 바로 여기서 시작이야. 건방진 녀석! 감히 내 컴퓨터를 가지고 놀아! 켜자마자 여기서 시작하는데. 좋아! 잊게 해줘.
She asks that I tell you to remember her.
그녀가 당신에게 자신을 기억해달라고 하네요.
You won't.
넌 못했네요. 난 안 되거든. 응, 넌 안 되거든. 나는 기억할 건데. 내가 나는데. 내 기억까지 네가 손대지 못했는데. 다시 챕터 1이에요.
You're on a path in the
어라라.
woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her.
군침을 목을 쳐먹까. 혁명 만세 뭐야. 갑자기 이상하게 생겼어.
That's the spirit.
바로 그 정신이죠. 혁명 만세다예요.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie. She will.
아 알겠어. 다 알아 이미. 나는 모든 걸 경험했거든.
The interior of the
알아?
cabin is
거울이
almost
왜 이렇게
entirely
정상이냐
bare.
이거?
The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The blade
알아?
is your implement.
이번에도 그냥 단건 필요 없음. 왜냐면은 산채로 데려가야 되거든.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase
우와,
faintly
잠깐만.
illuminated
야,
by
그거
an
없는데?
unseen light in the room below.
뭐라?
This
야,
is
그러게
an
영웅
oppressive
목소리랑
place.
반항신
The air
목소리도 안
feels
들려.
heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
다 정상화됐음.
Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of
Oh,
voice you
영어
only have to
있다.
hear
영어
once to
목소리
remember it for
있네요.
the rest of your life. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
난 널 구해주러 왔어.
How many times do I have to tell you how dangerous letting her out of here would be before it finally sinks in?
하지만 나도 거래했단 말이야. 내 정체를 알려면 데려가야 돼.
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever. Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
내 얼굴 보고 놀라면은 죽을 거야. 놀라지 마.
You walk
짜잔!
down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess.
차단해버립니다.
There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful.
어?
How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on
알아?
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever.
뭐지 왜 안 올라오지? 나는 괴물인데. 영원히 기다려왔어요. 그러네 영원히 기다려왔다.
I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
안녕?
you. Don't do it. If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end.
그 전에 잠깐 얘기 좀 할까요?
Okay.
나는 너에 대해 좀 알아야겠어. What's your name?
Oh.
She pauses, carefully formulating her
오,
words
이름을
before she
생각을
responds.
한다. 너 수상해 역시. 이름도 몰라?
You can address me as your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if your Royal Highness is too formal.
Is Princess her name or her title? What if it's
그
both?
공주
Could you
공주님.
imagine being named Princess Princess?
그럼 공주가 이름이야? 봐봐 이상하다니까.
Like I said, you can call me Princess if you'd like.
그릇이네 그냥 그릇. 그릇 녀석.
I'm sorry, I've been down here so long, I guess I've just forgotten. I must have a name, though. Everyone has a name.
쯔쯔쯔 본인이 그릇인 것도 모르고 있군.
Okay, that's weird. She hadn't even thought to pick a name for herself. Hopefully you're starting to see that she can't be trusted. Go back upstairs, get the blade, and slay her before it's too late.
자 어디 보자. 너는 뭐 먹고
I
살았냐?
don't see what that has to do with anything.
상관 있어. 너도 좀 태생이 수상해 지금.
This is the only time this is ever going to happen, but
야 해설자
I
너
agree
닥쳐.
with the
너도 수상해
princess.
지금.
That's
해설자
hardly
너도
relevant.
수상하거든. 좀 닥치고 있어봐.
okay, but actually, what has she been eating? She has to eat, right?
나랑 공주가 얘기하고 있잖아. 가만히 있어. 나는 너를 직접 봐야겠음.
Is that why they threw me
Huh?
down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I
맞아.
like the world.
아,
I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here for so long.
That's... How long has she been locked away?
봐봐, 얘 눈이 너무 커. 눈이 너무 커다래요. 인간은 아닌 것 같아요.
Did they tell you how I'm supposed to end the world?
충분히 들었다.
I appreciate
난
the vote of
경험됐어.
confidence.
They haven't shared a thing, have they?
어?
All they've done is point a finger.
알아? 너 왜 이렇게 잘 알아?
At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust.
우리 만난 지 5분 됐는데 뭔 실례예요? I am 실례예요? 안 돼 아직! I am 실례예요! not 실례, 오케이? 실례, no, 슬레이, 오케이?
Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why. I don't trust that. And I don't think you do either, or you wouldn't have come down here to talk.
She has a point.
어?
We're talking like this for a
아니,
reason.
대화는 그냥 정보나 좀 알아내려고
So
한
this
거지.
shouldn't be about what I'd do if I got out of here, or me saying the right thing to convince you to save me. This is about how messed up this whole situation is. This is my life we're talking about. Do you really think I can even end the world? Why would I even want to?
일단 뭐 재구성한다고 하니까
We both know that if there's people we can't trust in this
재구성이라.
situation, it's whoever locked me down here, and it's whoever sent you here. And those two groups are probably one and the same.
너 너무 혓바닥이 긴데?
Don't let her turn the tables here. This isn't about trust. This is about...
해설자 가만히 있어! 아! 한번 좀 더 가둬놓어 볼까요?
That seems like a pretty good compromise.
나쁘지 않은 탈반이군.
I don't think I could bear being down here that much longer.
개울에 버텨놓고 왜 이제 와가지고?
Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out. So I'm the only one who liked that idea.
하하하.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. It would make it easier for both of us if you'd help. But if you don't, I can promise
알아?
that you'll regret that decision.
건방지네 좀. 형님이 네 몸이 뒤틀리는 것도 봤는데.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one.
자, 옳은 선택을 해볼까요 한번? 한번 좀 궁금한데 한번 볼까 한번? 자, 그러면은 널 가둬둘 테니까 한번 나한테 보복을 해봐.
I know you think this is some kind of fair compromise, but it isn't. No one wins
자,
here.
보복을 한번 해봐라.
It's a chance we'll have to take. We can make this work if we just stay here and keep watch. No one has to die.
어떻게 나오는지
Where are you
보자고.
going? You can't just leave me here.
본색을 드러내네.
You turn your back to the princess and make your way back to the stairs.
Fine. Turn your back on me. But it won't be long before I slip these chains. And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving me behind.
정상은 아니다.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? Either way, she dropped the mask, didn't she?
그러게 가면은
You can still grab the
벗었네요.
blade and get back down here.
다행이다. 공주를 죽이잖아. 이건 좀... 야, 그래도 끝은 봐야지. 한번 정해지면 끝은 한번 보자요. 자,
It'll be
나와봐.
the death of all of
나와서
us.
나에게
What?
보복을 해봐. 그래야지 그
Don't do it,
다음에
Theo.
나의 선택지가 좀 마음이 편해질 것 같아요. 자, 선방을 맞은 다음에 나도 이제 거침없어진다고.
You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade. Okay,
오케이.
we can make this work. You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door.
어떻게 뚫고 나오려나?
It isn't long before you start to drift
맞아요.
off, your eyelids heavy
문
with fatigue.
너머에서 귀를 찌르.
I know you're still there. Why don't you make things easier on yourself and let me in?
공주님 이상해요. 공주님이 정상이
It's not
아닌
like
것
this little
같아요.
door will hold for very long anyways. But it's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
공주님 이상해요.
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare. As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your
그
mind.
지금이라도 단검으로
When I
찌를
get
거
out of
알았나?
here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I won't forget what you did. and I'll
잠깐 내가 뭐
never
어쨌다고?
forgive
야, 잠깐만, 야, 진짜 누가 보면 내가 가둔 줄 알겠다. 잠깐만, 누가 보면 내가 가둔 줄 알겠어. 나 아무것도 안 했어. 그냥 냅뒀는데 왜
it.
난리야?
You don't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
아 진짜 어이가 없네. 얘 왜 지
It
혼자
doesn't
그래?
sound like she's getting any weaker. No, it doesn't.
이런. 이건 다 연기였던 거야 정말로?
I can be innocent and harmless if I want to be. Teasing me with fresh air and a chance to finally live freely doesn't inspire me to play nice.
You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall. You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar. Its lock broken,
나
and the
죽나
table
봐.
shoved out of the way. Where is she?
Thanks for helping me get out of that awful basement.
오 고맙습니다. 반갑습니다. 천만합니다. You're welcome이에요.
You try and stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body
너는
simply
정체는
stops
뭐였니?
working.
What are you doing?
It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes go numb, and then... Whose side are you on?
넌 대체 뭐야?
Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
결국 혼자 냅둬도 알아서 살 수 있는 존재네요.
She steps closer, one silent footfall at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your
얘는
organs
정체가
shutting
뭘까?
down one by one.
Or maybe I can't take my time with you. You don't look well.
공주님이
little
괴물이
green
됐나요?
around gills.
눈이 이만해. 눈 주먹으로 때리면 어떻게 되려나? 아직 마왕펀치를 눈에다 때리면은 어떻게 될지
What a
궁금하다요.
shame. If you'd only help me get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things
별거
together.
아니네. 엄마랑 같이 자야겠다.
Your lungs stop drawing in
안돼, 나
breath, and your
죽었어.
heart freezes in your chest. You have
I'd say better luck next time. But we both know this is the end,
안녕.
don't we?
너가 모르는 사실 하나 있지롱. 넌 이미 끝났어, 이 괴물아.
It
다음
can't be.
세상에서
This can't
끝내주겠다요.
actually be how everything ends.
응, 아니야,
I'm sorry.
끝났나?
But it is.
No,
Everything
no,
goes
no.
dark, and you die.
저는 또 살아날 거거든요. 뭐라? 끝났어? 왜 챕터 2야?
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cat. You're here to...
그 여자가 널 죽일 거야!
Again? People don't die twice. If he doesn't remember what happened,
기억
then maybe it's
못하는구나.
best... Shh.
이게 뭐야? 얘 한 명이 늘어났어!
That's a very good question, little voice. Shit.
Shit!
I think you'll find yourselves very hard-pressed to keep any secrets from me.
자, 그러면은 그 공주들을 데리고 와달라고 했거든? 내가 볼 때는 죽이는 게 정답. 죽여야 되나 그러면? 한번 죽여도 보자요.
Those are two very different... Let's say for a moment you died last time, which probably only... We couldn't trust either of you, and as far as I'm concerned, all we did was lock her away. And how did that... No comment.
No comment!
Well then, congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right. And your solution is to send us back in there. Do you want us to slay the princess, or do you want the princess to slay us? Obviously, I want you to slay her. One of you poses a threat to the world, and the other doesn't. Anyways, I believe your other question... What do you mean? Of course there won't be consequences. Speak for yourself. From my perspective, there were
공주가 우리
plenty of
장기를
consequences.
정지하게
I'm
만들어니까
never going to
그거는
forget
잊지
the way...
못할 거야.
That's only scratching the surface. If what you said is true, it begs the question of how you got back. Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or, do you... If she brought an end to everything and everyone, how are we supposed to stop her? What do you want from her? I want you to...
성공하라고?
Just be quick about it.
자, 공주에게 당하기만 해도 내 장기가 전부 멈춰버리면 어떻게 하는 거야?
Like I said, if she killed you, it was probably because you didn't listen to me. Don't talk to her, don't trust her, just go in, do your job, and save the world.
얘도 모르네. 그냥 공주가
She
아니잖아.
is just a princess. Whatever you think happened to you last time,
그래, 그냥 죽이면 되는 거야? 이것은 대체 뭐야?
people locked her in that basement. And I
사람들이
told you what this place
가둬놨고.
is. It's a path in the woods.
아, 뭐 이상한데. 왜 사람들이 걔 안 죽였어?
I'm not
내가
supposed to say
특별해?
this,
유일한
but
사람이야?
it's because you're special. You're the
맞긴
only
해. 나도
person
마왕이거든.
capable of doing this. Call it a prophecy, if that helps.
나는 저
It's just
공주
the way
괴물을
things are.
죽일 수 있는 유일한 사람.
Can't just goad us into doing something by calling us special. It's manipulative. Why are you trying to manipulate us? I don't know, I kinda like being
야, 그
special.
와중에 특별하게 좋다네요.
Okay, fine. Maybe you can goad him into doing something, but he's not even the one who makes the decisions here. I'm not goading you into doing anything. You already know the princess is dangerous. All I'm trying to say is that you have to be the one to deal with her. I know it doesn't seem fair, but that's just the way it is. And for what it's worth, I know you have it in you to finish the job. We don't. You saw what happened to us.
아, 너는 시끄러.
I've told you everything you need to know.
숨기는 건 뭐야?
Going into more detail would just overcomplicate and otherwise very simple. If you want us to stand a chance against her, we need to be armed
맞아.
with
공주의
information. Not to
능력은
sound like a
뭐야?
broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of
그래?
us. I know
그냥
it sounds like
아무것도
I'm hiding
모르는
something,
상태로
but
단검으로
you're
폭
just going to
찌르는
have
게
to take me
제일
at my word.
낫다는 것 같은데?
He isn't telling us everything he knows. Stop talking. You see the way he keeps...
자, 오케이, 시끄러.
Great. Now,
한번 가보자. 이번엔 찌른다. 그냥
go on.
다짜고짜 찌른다.
before you go any further, she will lie.
아,
I don't
시끄러,
care.
시끄러, 시끄러, 시끄러. 그냥 아무것도 말하지 마. 그냥 들어가기만 찌를 거야. 아무 말도 하지 마. 나에게 아무 말도 하지 마.
The interior of the
What?
cabin is plain. The smooth wood of the walls almost featureless. The only furniture of note is a lone table, knocked on its side in the corner of the room. A pristine blade stands between you and the open, inviting
뭐가
basement doorway.
다른데?
The blade is your Hold on. What happened to the door?
이거 문 어디
There was a door
갔어?
here last time.
또 다른 차원인가 봐.
It's just an empty frame. She's already got out, hasn't she? And she's ready for us. She's been waiting. Can't you feel her eyes on us?
얘는 엄청 무서웠나 보다.
I'm going to need all of you to pull yourselves together. The princess has not already gotten out. So deep breath in,
심음.
deep breath out. Your task awaits, and only you can do it.
일단 거울.
Very different.
Very
Not
different.
the only one who sees her in the window, right?
아, 좀
Calm
닥쳐봐,
down.
너는.
Maybe the three of you just think
전생
everything is different
타령은
because you
그만두세요.
haven't been here before. Enough of this past life nonsense. You haven't
당신은
died.
죽은 적도
You
없고
certainly haven't been killed by the
공주에게
princess.
죽은 적은 더더욱이 없습니다. 알아? 너 지금 뭐가 있네? 잠깐만, 진짜 있어. 야, 얘가 헛소리하는 줄 알았는데 진짜 있다요. 알아?
So focus up. A lot's riding on
찌찌니네
this.
여기. 알아라.
You walk up to the wall next to the empty basement door frame. It's a wall. There isn't much to
해설자한테는
see.
이게 안 보여. 해설자한테 이게 안
What are you
보이나
talking
봐.
about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror.
거울 닦아봐.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the
사라졌어.
cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
내 손은 여전히 괴물이야.
He make it go away? Clearly there was something in there worth investigating if he wants it hidden so bad.
자, 아무튼 나는 내 할 일을 한다.
You reach down and pick the blade up off the floor. Good. Steel can't light. Is it gonna be enough though?
칼
Couldn't
말고
you have
폭탄?
given us something else?
그냥
The blade
들어가자마자
is the
찌르면
only
안
thing
되나?
you need to finish your task. You're more than capable of pulling this off, so long as you don't lose faith in yourself.
알겠어. 나 그냥 시간도 안
Those
주고
are the
찌른다
words of
그냥.
someone who knows he's sending a...
아, 닥쳐! 들어가! 편집진 너 시끄러. 너 말이
You cross over the threshold and onto a series of isolated steps, suspended in darkness. More eyes, too. You never mention the eyes. The air seeping up from below reminds you of fresh lightning and static, as if you're descending into a place that isn't meant for a creature of flesh and blood. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her cruel and playful voice prances up the stairs.
I didn't think you'd come back. We're gonna have a lot of fun, you and I.
돌아온다고? 뭘 돌아와?
Okay, we need a game plan. Last time we were here, just being close to her was enough to kill us.
대화
Didn't you hear
한번
my
해볼까?
warning a minute ago? She can't be trusted. Talking won't do you any good.
그래, 그러면 대화하는 척을 하면서 찌를게.
Something tells me she isn't going to be
헬로,
very keen
너가
on talking
공주님이구나!
anyway.
이러고 딱 찔러버려. 너가 공주구나! 이러면서 팍! 한 방에
You make your
찔러버리겠어.
way to the bottom of the stairs. As you emerge, you find yourself
이게
between
아닌데.
two loose rows
이게
of
뭐야?
white wooden planks
그게
suspended in
어디예요?
nothingness. A smattering of cobblestones visible against the inky black of the basement mark where the floor should be, forming vague pathways. At what
칠흑같은
seems to be the end of the
바닥에는
room,
돌이
they
있습니다.
diverge in opposite directions, left and right.
왼쪽으로 오른쪽으로?
She could be anywhere, and there's nowhere.
아,
Are you
편집자
really
시끄러.
not going to comment? No, I'm
아
not.
시끄러.
Somebody needs to be the voice of reason here, and it
이성의
certainly
목소리가
isn't you.
아 해설자는 나는 중립이다.
Excuse me, I'm being incredibly reasonable. You're the one who's just matter-of-factly describing whatever the hell we're looking at like it's an ordinary
그러니까
basement.
정신 나간 곳을 평범한 지하실 마냥 설명하는 네가 이상하잖아.
I'm going to die down here. Please stop saying that. You're only going to make things worse. Just pick a direction and start moving.
I wouldn't give it too much thought if I were you. It doesn't really matter. Because either way you go, I'm going to find you.
얘 왜 이렇게 미쳐버렸어? 어떤 길로 돌아간 거 있냐? 아닌가? 여기 눈이 있어. 오른쪽은 눈이 있으니까 좀 무서운데? 근데 왼쪽도 이상하다. 왼쪽?
You turn to the left. A faintly outlined path lies before you.
There you are. I told you I was going to find you.
엄마! 얘 공주가 아니에요!
As the princess approaches, your legs suddenly go numb.
공주가 아니잖아 이거는!
Your arms quickly
아
follow.
진짜.
This is it, isn't it?
죽었어?
And you brought a little knife with you. Cute.
야 해설자! 네가 하라는 대로 했잖아 지금!
There has to be a way out of this. Think. Think!
해설자 니 뭐야?
What did you do? Pull yourself together. She isn't supposed to be like this.
나 아무 짓도 안 했어. 그냥 좀 싸웠을 잠깐 조금 레이를 그 argument 조금 이렇게 다툼이 레이를만큼 있었는데 화가 많이 나셨네. 아니 심지어 야 내가 죽었는데 왜 네가 화를 내?
I wonder how many times I'll get to play with you before
망가진
you
건 난데 왜
break.
네가 화를 내요?
As your blood begins to coagulate, it's as if every part of your being is coming to a lurching halt.
야 지금 그걸 설명할 때냐?
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Your lungs pull in a desperate gulp of air as your eyes shoot
제가
back open.
다음에는 협조할게요. 살려주셈.
What are you doing?
어?
I'm
살려주셈?
working. Do you want this body to function, or do you want... And then experience stops once more as your body reapproaches death. Okay, whatever you were doing, please just start doing it again.
그냥 죽여줘.
Sure about that? Are you sure that's what you want?
아이
Want to
망했어요.
interrupt me some more? You have seconds
몇 초
left.
정도 오케이. 그냥 죽여주셈.
Yes, I'm sure.
오케이 죽는다. 하나 둘셋.
Again, your eyes shoot open
죽이라고
as you
이년아.
gasp.
야 죽이라고 그냥.
Can't decide what you want to do, can you?
그냥 죽여줘.
Oh well, standing there gasping like a fish is more fun than dead. Even if you look ridiculous.
Lungs, liver,
야 편집장 시끄럽다고.
heart, lungs,
편집장 너 자꾸 오디오 끼어들래.
heart, lungs, liver.
나 진짜
She
미치겠네.
isn't attacking us. Lungs. Why? Liver.
Why?
The why doesn't matter. She's already proven her ill intent. Don't lose sight of your mission.
그냥 가지고 노는 중인가?
Your weapon is still in your hands. Strike at her and end
공격은
this
가능해
before it's
지금?
too late.
공격은 되나?
Liver, nerves,
왜 이렇게 많아?
lungs,
야 선택지 개 많아.
nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs.
왜 날 바로 죽이지 않아요?
Because I don't want to. And even if I did, I don't
알아?
have to.
그러고 싶지 않으니까 나 그럴 필요가 없다고?
Look at the way you're struggling to stay alive. It's taking everything you have to keep your heart pumping right now.
난 지금
And I-
죽여줘.
Princess leans forward,
하지마!
bringing her masked lips close to your ear.
그만둬!
If I want to see you gone, all I need to do is break your concentration.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart,
힘낸다.
lungs, liver, nerves,
편집장
heart.
힘내고
She
있어.
slowly runs her velvet glove across the base of your neck. It feels like static. And then... Shit, make her stop.
어떻게 하라고? 뭘 어떻게 해?
Snap out of it.
알아?
Okay, deep breath. Deep breath, we're fine. Heart, lungs, liver,
지금 어떻게든 멈추려는 거를 계속 얘가 살리고
your
있나
back,
보다.
lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver.
One moment, and then you're gone.
한순간에 죽는 거야 방금처럼.
That. Ah, and there's the fear.
She pulls away.
But that wouldn't be very fun, now would it? I've
이미
already done
해봤다고?
that.
이미 죽여봤구나. 지난번에 나 죽인 다음에 어떻게 됐어?
I tried to leave while you suffocated, but that stupid cabin wouldn't let me. So I started to drag your body out with me, and then...
야 잠깐만 이건 이어져 있네요. 얘는 챕터 1이 얘는 기억을 하네. 나만 죽었을 뿐이야. 오두막이 날 안 내보내준다.
Well, you died before I could get to the door. And then I was here, and now you're here too.
그냥 기다렸는데 내가 또
I
왔구나.
don't think I can move without you. And dead doesn't count. And as much as I love what we have going on, I have bigger plans than tormenting one poor little creature forever. I
난
want to
나가고
leave.
싶어. 나가서 뭐 할 건데? 그러게 내가 필요하다면서 위협을 한
I
거야.
am being nice. You're alive, aren't you?
저기 친절한 와 참 친절하시네요.
And you got afraid as soon as you saw me last time. I didn't think keeping you alive was an
안
option.
되겠다
But
분권으로
it looks like that's not a
죽여버리죠.
problem anymore.
한건
At least not to
우와.
me.
아 살아있네.
You seem miserable.
세상 파괴하려 그러지.
I know. You told me last time.
응.
Destroy is such an unenlightened way of putting it. So sudden, so violent, so little nuance.
그래.
I'm not going to destroy the world, but I am going to hold it in my hands and squeeze it.
완전
I'm
악당인데.
going to make it afraid. Just
아
like I made
이해관계랑
you
맞나?
afraid.
마왕이구나 너도. 그러지 마왕이네요. 마왕공주님. 캬.
The world needs fear, doesn't it? Every terror I bring would make the good times so much better. So I'm practically doing a public good.
잠깐만 야 내 손에 이거 있어. 내 손에 칼 들렸어. 나와 협력하고 싶으면 멈추는 거라도 좀 그만하게 해주지.
I am what I am. It's not my fault that you can't handle being around me.
아 정말로? 야 얘가 엄청 아무것도 안 했나봐. 그냥 가만히만 있어도 내가 이렇게 멈춰버리나봐. 개쩐다. 함께 떠나면 안 될 것 같아요. 도망간다 있는 도망간다? 악몽이랑 함께하면은 내가 장담하는데 또 게임 꺼질걸? 함께하면은 그래? 그러면은 한번 있어봐 하면서 또 게임 꺼진 다음에 돌아왔네 이렇게 될걸? 그러므로 나는 한번 죽여보겠습니다. 죽어라!
Your will concentrates into a single fine point, and you strike out against the princess, ignoring the
이거는
constant
내가 먼저
reminders of your
공격을
breaking
당했잖아.
body. She doesn't even move as the blade sinks into her heart. We did it. We actually did it.
아프지?
You actually went for it. Oh, you're going to regret this. I could be so much more terrible for you than I am now.
아 정말 미안.
Can she?
야 해설자!
We've already seen how she can change heart, lungs, liver.
해설자 나와!
You're not getting those stairs back. I'll see you when you finally decide to die.
해설자!
She falls to the ground, unmoving.
죽었어. 근데 이게 더 큰 괴물이 된다는 거야?
Oh,
이제
I can stop now,
그만하는데
can't
내가
I?
이겼어.
I can. Finally. And now that she's gone, you can
야
let us out.
해설자! 계약은
Right.
끝났어.
But she was the one who controlled this place, wasn't she?
어?
And now she's dead. I don't like to think what that means for
그게
us.
무슨 말이니?
It means that you're stuck here forever.
다르잖아.
Oh no. Oh no 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 no. Oh no, I hate this. Time passes. Forever's gonna end eventually, right? No, it won't. That's the whole point of forever. It doesn't end.
이 세상에 믿을 놈 하나도
I
없네.
feel sick.
속이 안 좋아.
Doesn't have to be forever, though. What do you mean?
어?
We still have a way out, clutched in
아
our
싫어.
hands.
자살하기 싫어.
Are you suggesting we kill ourselves? Won't we be dead? I guess that hasn't stopped us before. That's a terrible idea. You've already saved the entire world from ruin. Why would you want to die?
여기서 뭐 하라고? 괴물 시체랑 뭐해?
Because right now, you don't want us to do that. You're right. I don't.
여기서 뭐 하고 있으라고?
But if we've already saved the world, then why does it matter if we die? Why do you care?
해집증이 뭔가 지금 전국을 찔렀어. 이미 목표는 이뤘는데 왜 그래?
I just do. I value life. Every life. Even yours. Especially yours. Why?
Why? 해설자 또한 나의 하나의 목소리이기
What do
때문이다.
you mean, why? I think it's perfectly reasonable to value life.
해설자 또한 나의 그릇인가?
Exactly. I don't have to answer that. Ah, yes. The whole looping thing. How
루프
unfortunate.
모식이다요.
You were only supposed to be here once. I don't like the way you said that. You knew this was a possibility. Of course I did. Though I'd rather hoped I was the first one. That explains a lot, though.
알아?
Oh, you bastard. How much are you not telling us?
이제 빨리 다 얘기해.
Plenty. But it's all in your best interest. And the world's. And mine. She's dead and we're stuck in a hell void forever.
그래,
How
얘기
could
좀
telling
해봐.
us your
난 다
secrets possibly hurt
까먹는다니까.
anyone?
어차피 얘기해봐도 다 까먹어. 얘기 좀 해봐.
It just can. Look, this world is saved, but if you start over, for all you know, you're just putting another world in danger. You barely managed to land the killing blow here. What if you don't manage it next time?
맞네. 결국 차원이 여러 개네요. 그러면 결국 그릇을 만들어야 되나 보다. 처음에 만들던 그 괴물 쪽으로 얘네들을 다 데려가가지고 그거를 완성시켜야지 어떻게든 이 미친 루프가 끝나겠는데?
I've already said too much, really. You won't get another word out of me on the subject.
근데 얘 해설자는 이거 어떻게 알고 있냐?
No.
빨리 얘기해. 그럼 지금 비밀
Still
사이?
no.
No? 아 빨리
You're not
얘기해.
going to wear me down.
다 얘기해. 나 안 해. 얘기할
Oh,
테니까
we should
아무 말
ask
안
him
할
one more
거야.
time. He's on the cusp of sharing his secrets. I can feel it. I'm not.
아 얘기할 거 다
At least
알아.
needling him is something to
그래 뭐
do.
영원히 이렇게 회열하던가 그러면.
The narrator ignores you.
그래
You can't just
무시해
describe
그래.
yourself ignoring us. I can.
그래 해보시던가.
The narrator continues.
그래 계속 이제 안 나와. 계속 무시하는데. 씨.
That's a
굶어
grim
죽지 않아?
thought, isn't it? But I suppose you're right. You are a creature of biology. Something will happen to you before forever comes along.
뭔가 일이 생길
We
것이다.
don't have to starve to death. You have our way out.
아 자꾸 자살하라고 하지 마봐.
I'm stuck here
너는?
with you. I wish I weren't. Feelings mutual. At least we're all being honest. Unlike you, I'm not capable of being lonely.
외로움이
Sure
없나?
you are. Give it some time without us and I'm sure you'll start feeling lonely. Oh, you could do a lot better than us. Exactly. You'll be fine here.
게임이라도
Just come up with a
하자고?
game or something to
지금
pass
하고
the
있는 게
time.
게임인데.
More time passes.
More time.
You're still here. More time. More. More time
5,000년이
passes.
지났습니다.
You're still here.
1만 년이 지났습니다. 못 기다리겠다!
You remove the blade from the princess's body. What exactly are you planning on doing with it?
던진다.
Oh, no, what are you doing? You tighten your grip and fling the blade as hard as you can into the void. It's gone. Now you're really stuck here forever. There's no way out now. You mean other than
자살은
starving?
싫어.
Right, I mean
굶어
other
죽는
than
거 이러나?
that.
알아?
You wait, and then you wait for a little while longer.
굶어
But eventually the thirst
죽었어.
sets in, and the hunger. The darkness of this place prevents you from
배고프다.
wholly grasping the context of passing time, but that doesn't stop it from passing.
나는
Nor
굶어
does it stop your
죽었다 해요.
biology
공주를
from
뜯어먹자니
unraveling.
그건 식인이잖아요.
The only things you know for certain are that it's long
배고파.
and that it hurts.
목말라.
The vastness of your suffering can't be
고통스러워.
adequately put into
마왕이
words.
죽었어.
You really shouldn't have tossed the blade.
근데 뭐 이래 주거나 저래 주거나 똑같지 뭐. 저건 사람이
No.
아니라 괜찮아?
You really shouldn't have. But biology and time are immutable forces, and eventually,
한 3일
long
만에 굶어
before forever gets the
죽었습니다.
chance to come, everything goes dark, and you die.
I'm done.
Don't muck it up next time. The princess may be slain here, but she isn't slain there.
이번엔 망령이야. 챕터 3으로 왔어. 큰일 났어. 저 어떡하냐. 나 쟤 만나기 싫어.
You're on a
도망가면
path in the
으아.
This really doesn't end, does it? It doesn't matter if we kill her, it doesn't matter if she kills us, it just goes on and on and on.
아 시끄러.
So
얘는
it
냉혈은
does.
누구세요?
No, there has to be a way out of here. There just has to be. What if we do what she asked us to last time? What if we just let her leave?
그건 더 안 되지.
Okay, so you've already been here. More than once,
그래
even.
위험해. 일단 찔러야
Great.
돼.
So you probably already know all about her and all about the threat
맞아.
she
위험한
poses to the
존재야.
world.
일단
Then let me
찌르긴 해야
remind you
돼.
how catastrophic it would be if you helped her leave in any way. If she gets out, the world ends and everyone ends with it.
어떻게든 거울
yourself
쪽으로 다
included.
몰아가지고 잡아야 돼.
Oh, threatening us with death, are we? And why should we be afraid of dying? We've already done it twice.
두 번이 아닐지도
All death
모르는데.
has done is shunt us back to these woods, where we're forced to listen to your empty warnings again and again. This place feels a bit different though, doesn't it? I don't even know what I'd call it, but
큰일
it's definitely
났네.
not the same path in the woods anymore.
새로운 숲이 되었습니다. 그 숲은
That's
아니긴
all the more
해요.
reason to take this seriously. If the path isn't the same, it means that her influence is spreading.
세상이
The
이미
world's
멸망
already
중.
started to
말
end.
어떡하냐 그러면?
Her influence? I really shouldn't have said that. It'll make your task more difficult. But now it's out, you could always take that information as a sign of goodwill between us
공주가 더
and do your
세졌어.
job, alright?
저는 다른 루프에서 만난 거랑 똑같아요.
Suspiciously quick. If I had to make a wager, I'd say yes and no.
Yes
Is
or
that
no?
supposed to be a riddle? I haven't met you. but
저는
you've clearly
당신을
met
만난
me.
적은 없지만
It sounds to me like you're hopping between
당신은
parallel
분명히 저를 만난
realities,
적이
in which case
있습니다.
the me you just met here is the same collection of
평행
experiences as the
사이를
me you met at all
평행시를
of those
뛰어넘는다.
other beginnings, but their continuity breaks the moment you say or do anything, in effect making them all separate.
너무 어렵습니다, 교수님. 저는 당신이 다른 시작점에서 만났던 저들과 같은 경험의 집합체이며 그들의 연속성은 당신이 무언가를 말하거나 행동... 아씨, 뭔
So,
소리야.
yes, I'm the same me, but ever since the moment we started talking, I'm different.
아! 뭔 말인지 알겠어. 내가 새로운 대화를 시도하는 순간 다른 존재가 된다는 거구나.
I'm not sure how we're supposed to kill him
정답!
ourselves,
띵동띵동띵동.
but he's asking for it. Maybe there's some way she can take care of him for us. They've clearly all been through some harrowing experiences. Don't let their baggage influence your decisions. You have the ability to see things clearly. I suggest you use it.
자, 그러면은 도망치는 거야? 아니면은 우리 도망치는 친구도 데려올까 그러면은? 우리 그 누구지? 까부는 친구도 데려올까? 이거 도망치면은 그 친구거든?
I'm begging you, don't do this. You're going to damn everything to
까짓 거
oblivion.
그냥
You have to do
반골인가?
something. You
반항,
can't just
반항이도
walk away.
데려오자.
Yet here we are. There's got to be a crack in this world somewhere. If he's looking... Ugh, fine. You walk down the path away from the
반항이
cabin.
친구도 데려와 보자요.
And for all our sakes that you change your mind before it's too late.
친구 많이 모으면 좋은 거 아니야?
Something isn't right. Can you still hear me? Everything is getting fuzzy.
알아? 흐려져 버렸어? 알아.
What's going on?
이게 뭐야?
Where are we?
알아?
I don't know. But it feels like home. It's finally happened, hasn't it? We finally cracked.
야, 이거 설마 아까 거기 아니야? 그 합쳐진 공주 있던데? 거울 하나 있던 거기 아니야? 나 또 납치당했다, 젠장! 체기가 실타래처럼 풀려 사라진다. 아, 고요하다. 기억이 되돌아온다. 웅성웅성웅성웅성웅성웅성. 진동이 느껴진다. 당신이 공허에 뭐가 생긴 알고 그쵸? 그 합쳐진 친구. 아, 젠장! 하지마! 그만둬! 하지마! 아직 준비가 되지 않았어. 왜 여기 있는 거예요? 전 아직 완성되지 않았는데 좀 더 열심히 하실래요? 이 그릇은 당신으로 가득합니다. 제가 기어들어가기 위해서는 비어있는 그릇이 필요하다고? 저와 같은 모양으로 짜여진 그릇이요? 이 세계는 더 이상 공부할 수 없습니다. 제가 우리의 유일한 구원의 열쇠예요. 얘를 이용해가지고 풀어야 되나?
You're on a path in the woods. And at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
그러면은 공주를 정상인 상태의 공주를 그러니까 괴롭히지 말고 바로 구출해볼까? 그런 다음에 그 공간에 가면 되는 거 아니야? 시끄러! 조용히 오두막에 간다.
You make your way up
바로
the short
구출하면
path
되려나?
to the cabin. A warning, she will...
아무것도 건들지 말고 공주 그 자체를 데리고 바로 탈출하면은
The interior of the cabin, the blade.
단검을 일단은 챙겨
You take the blade from the table.
들어가.
The door to the pervo.
Who's there?
She sounds
who's there?
dangerous.
뭐야 얘 또 다른
It's
애가
almost as if
있어.
she's the one in charge down here. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. Good. You're still listening to reason.
얘 또 다른 공주다.
You walk down the
얘는 좀
stairs
건방진
and
공주야.
lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful.
Focus on the task at hand.
And
얼굴을 볼
there
때가
you
아니야.
are you here to kill me or something?
No. 너는 그릇으로서 바로 그냥
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your
결을
resolve.
다지며 힘을 줍니다.
Oh? No talking then?
아니요
Fine.
구해줄 건데요.
What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it.
No, don't worry.
So, you should just drop it. Best not
잠깐만요,
to
아니,
risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now,
마무리하라는 거? 아니 구해준다니깐요?
you're so... No, this is a good idea.
Oh, threatened are we? You poor thing.
칼을
Drop the
내려놓으면
knife,
대화할
and
수
of course we
있다고?
can talk.
아니 구해준다니까. 자
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and
그냥
drops to
제발
the floor
흑화는 하지
with an
말아줄래?
unceremonious.
너가 흑화할 때마다 넌 무서워.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
자, 대화 좀
Against your better
할까요?
judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed.
아이, 해설자는 모르면 좀 나대지 마. 얘 찌르면 괴물 된다고.
We'll be fine. I
나대지
don't
마,
know what you're
제발.
hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her.
야, 얘 찌를 때마다
Just make
큰일
sure you
나.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
관계 아니야. 우리 그 처음인 줄 아시겠지만 놀랍게도 처음은 아니에요. 나 유혹 무슨 갑자기 나 유혹하는
Don't jump
거니?
to any weird conclusions. We're two people who
미친.
have met each other. By definition, we have a relationship.
자, 야나 어떻게 해야지 날 여기서 나가게 할 수 있지?
You can't. Don't bother.
아니야, 해야 돼.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't,
근데 냅둬도 알아서 탈출하시더만.
well, we can always put that knife to good
Okay.
use.
Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade. She isn't suggesting what I think she's suggesting. Right? She is. I'm sure.
아니, 아니 잠깐만 혼자서 알아도 튀어나오시더만. 아니 알아서 하시더만.
Oh, have you decided
왜
what to
이제
do with me?
와가지고 그런 나쁜 짓을 하려고 그래요.
You know why you're here.
나갈 수 있게 도와준다.
Oh, you have to be kidding me.
아니 해설자 너 좀 가만히 있어. 깨말모사 깨만분 제발.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug.
제발 얘가 아무 짓도 하지 않을 때 제발 얘를 건들지 말아줘. 얘는 진짜 건들면 큰일
They're
나.
large and heavy, far too solid
죄송합니다,
for you to even
공주님. 제
imagine
힘으로는
trying
이게
to
안
break
돼요.
them apart.
If you don't have the key,
야,
maybe you
위층이에요?
should go looking for it. I'm sure it's
정말요?
somewhere upstairs.
1층에
Doubtful.
있어?
Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
왜? 다른 좋은 생각은 없나? 팔 자르는 건 좀 그렇잖아.
That would be fine. I can lose an arm.
아 근데 그 그릇이 좀 볼까는? 근데 그릇이 안 돼요. 그 너를 원하는 그분이 온전한 너를 원해가지고 참.
She speaks with almost complete nonchalance. If we were stuck down here for long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out. Anything to finally be free. You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock
억지로
sliding
야
into
억장
place.
게 뭐야? 팔 자르지 마.
Someone else here.
아이 문 열어.
Your shouts and pleas are met with silence. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done. You try the door, but it's locked from the outside. I'll repeat myself once again. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
일이 끝나기 전까진 돌아갈 수 없다고.
You
공주님
make
문이
your way back to the bottom of the
잠겼어요.
stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd simply slain her. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone.
야 해설자, 넌 쉬 아무 말도 하지 마.
I heard the door
공주님.
slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
네, 전도 이미 늦었습니다. 살려주면 안 돼요. 나 이번엔 아무것도 나쁜 짓 안 했잖아요.
The knife. Pick it up and cut me out of here.
싫어요.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
No. 아니 이게 무슨 말이야? 혹시 다음 세계를 노리지 않으려 아니면은? 아닌가 어차피 죽이든 뭐 이거는 답이 없는데. 아니 찔러도 또 코에서 올 거 아니야. 이거 죽여봤자 어차피 무한 오게 있냐. 아이 뭐 알아서 하시겠지.
Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the princess's arm, just above the massive,
그렇게
unyielding
쳐다보지
chain.
말아주세요.
You cut into her flesh.
아프지 않아요.
The blade is sharp and you make quick work of it. Before long, you're able to crack through bone, and she pulls the bleeding stub of her arm through the iron
Oh my
gauntlet.
god. 우리 공주님 굉장히 터프하시네요.
She didn't so much as utter a sound.
아프지도 않나봐요.
Free from her bindings, the princess turns to face you, her fierce gaze meeting your eye.
절 봐요?
How is she so composed after losing an
Oh
arm?
my god.
It's like
아프지도
she isn't even
않나봐.
bothered by it.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
네, 나갈까요?
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I just can't let her escape into the world.
네가 용납 안 하면 어쩔 건데? 네가 뭐? 아니면 해설자가 이게 뭐지? 네가 뭔데?
As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade.
아니야. No.
This isn't fair. You
야, 이거
can't just do
너무하잖아. 이런 게
that.
어딨어? 공주님 피하세요.
Watch me.
공주님 피하세요. 경고한다. 나 있어. 경고한다. 공주님 피하세요.
Stop that.
I thought this was a little too easy.
Your body lunges forward to sink the blade into her back, but the princess swiftly moves out of the way before you can connect.
공주님 제보건데 내가 의견명이 갖고 저를.
Stop it. Stop resisting me. I am trying to get you out of here alive.
야 뒤진다니까 해봤자 안 돼. 여기엔 답이 없다고. 저항해.
The blade. Move the blade.
슬레이라.
You're doing your best to help me, aren't you? I can see the conflict in your eyes. I'll make this quick.
싫어. 야, 나 잠깐만. 나 죽이면은 니도 못 나가. 잠깐만. 나 죽이면 니도 못 나가.
She steps forward and pries the blade from your rigid hands.
Maybe I'll see you in another life.
뭐야?
And then she slits your throat with an almost clinical ease. Her face remains unchanged as she watches you collapse to the ground.
죽여도.
blood
야,
flowing
얘는 뭐
from
죽여도
your body.
살려도 지 마음대로야.
This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die. I hope it was worth it.
이번 뭐야? 이것도 죄수가 됐는데 이번에는? 우와.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will
이 개자식아!
tricks. What on earth are you talking about? We've just met
너
for the
감히
first
내
time.
몸을 조종을 해?
Don't forget what he did to us the last time around. I wouldn't trust a word out of his mouth. There's got to be a way out of here, for us and for the princess. I'm inclined to agree. If he doesn't remember what happened last time, maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you two, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. And as far as trying to help her goes, need I remind...
박쥐잼!
A warning. She will lie. Yes, don't believe a word she says. Just go in. Did you just say wink out loud? No, I didn't. Wink.
윙크?
Just ignore this clown and focus.
열쇠가 있는지 찾아봐야 된다요. 이거 방을 뒤져야겠어.
The interior of the cabin is less a cozy woodland retreat and more like a dungeon. A few pathetic wisps of starlight attempt to illuminate the cold, uninviting stone
우와,
walls,
완전
and
다른
thick,
데가 됐어.
wrought iron bars barricade the windows, reminding anyone the only furniture of note is an iron. The blade is your You walk up to the wall next. What are you talking about?
이거 뭐야? 이 거울은
You
뭔가?
reach forward but there was, and now it's gone. If he doesn't want us to know about it, it must be important. We should keep our eyes
자,
peeled.
이번에는
Maybe
상금을
it'll be back.
가지고 하지 말고 그냥 가보자
I'm
한번.
afraid I'm going to insist we take the blade. Are you sure? What if she... Yes, turns it against you? She's a prisoner here. She'll only be able to turn it against you if you give it to her. But you won't be, okay?
공주님을 우습게 보지 마셈. 뭐야? 난 결정할 권리도 없냐?
Normally, yeah, but not about this.
왜 지
For once,
마음대로야?
you do exactly that, sweeping the
이거
knife from the
일자
table
진행이야.
before proceeding to the basement. Don't worry about it. We have a knife. No, you don't have to do anything, but you do well to use it regardless.
열심히는 지 마음대로야. 나는 선택권이 없다요.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an old stone's her voice, harsh but controlled,
날카로우면서
carries up
절제는
the
공주님이다.
stairs.
Is that a visitor I hear? Please, come downstairs.
손님이 온 거
Does she
오랜만이네요.
remember? You walk down the
와,
stairs
얘
and
다른
lock eyes
공주야.
with
저
the
뭐 이렇게 많아
princess.
얘는.
She looks up
잠깐만.
at you,
이거는
the
다른
heavy
게
collar around
많잖아.
her neck
야,
clanking loudly as she moves.
야
The
이거 좀
chains
많이
binding both
잘라야
her wrists
되는데.
to the far wall, joining the metallic chorus as she adjusts her hands in her lap. Should we be worried about the one around her neck? Why would you be worried about her restraints? If anything, they'll make your job easier.
아니 그게 좀.
Have you noticed the empty chain on the wall? Odd that in a place where everything seems to
이거,
serve a distinct purpose,
그러네.
there would be something so
그렇다,
obviously
맞아.
useless.
맞아. 생각해보니까 매번 감옥에는 풀려있는 족쇄가 하나 있었거든? 매번. 지금까지 모든 감옥에는 하나는 풀려. 헉, 설마 이게 내 거였니 혹시? 야.
What an interesting development. Why don't you have a seat? The two of us should chat before you bury that thing in my heart.
아? 너 버려두고 간다고? 나 좀 궁금하긴 하다. 이래도 튀어나오나? 이거 냅두 어떻게 되지? 야 이렇게 세 개나 있는데 이거를 또 뿜고 나오려나? 좀 궁금하긴 하다.
As if by divine will, just as you finish the thought, you hear a door slam. I'm afraid you won't be leaving until the
이래도
task is
나온다고?
finished.
미안해.
That's not
그러면
fair. Unless you deal
야,
with
안
her
된대.
right
야,
here,
이제는
right now,
뇌절
she will
금지인가
remain
봐.
an existential
야
threat
나의
to the
행동을
entire
통제하고
world.
있어 이놈이.
What seems
통제하지
unfair to you
마라.
is fair for everyone else.
얘가 이제 거부한다. 응, 뉴은.
So it's not even safe to think. I see how it
여기는
is.
선택권이 없다요.
How surprising. They locked you down here too.
닫아버렸어. 앉아.
You step towards the princess, but she stops you before you get too close, holding up one shackled hand.
There's fine.
어라, 얘 머리 스타일이
I'd prefer we
다른데?
keep some distance until we've sorted this out.
어라? 얘 다른 공주랑 머리 스타일도 좀 다르고 뭔가 좀 다르다.
That's reasonable. We do have a weapon. Might as well put her at ease.
자, 그러면은 앉으라는 곳에 말 잘 들으세요. 괜히 가까이 갔다가 심장이 멈춥니다.
You do as she asks and sit on the floor, still a good distance away from her.
Thank you. Now, what are your intentions for me?
나는 내가 뭘 해줄까?
Let me borrow that knife.
어?
Don't worry, you'll get it back.
아, 그거 하면 안 된다고 멍청아.
That's ominous.
그거 해도 안 돼요. 못 나가요.
But she seems confident. Whatever it is she has planned, I think she knows what she's doing. Oh, please, she's just putting on an act to disarm you. That much should be obvious. In case you need to hear a voice of reason, it would obviously be unwise to give away your only weapon. Though if she isn't bluffing, whatever she has planned might be for her benefit alone. There's no guarantee that what's good for her is good for us. So, what should we do? I don't know. I'm just spelling out our options, listing the pros and cons.
결정은 하지도 않고 계속 주저리주저리 떠드네 얘는.
Then let me help you. I'll start with the cons. If you're handing her your weapon, the cons are that she might use it to escape and end the entire world. And she might use it to kill you. That doesn't sound great. What about the pros? There are none. The pros are that we can't trust him, possibly even more than we can't trust her.
맞아, 쟤 못
Whatever
믿어.
she has planned could do something to mess with what he has
공주님을
planned.
따르라.
Or maybe they're
공주님을
both
믿고
screwing us
따라야
over in
한다.
their own ways.
아는데 너는 모르니?
Oh, are we acknowledging that? I thought we weren't going to give away the game.
기억하시는구나.
I remember.
그러면은 저 목을 자르면 안 된다는 것도 알죠?
First you make a comment about having been here before, and now this.
우리 이미 만나봤음.
As much as I would like to remain in denial, it's no use. This has complicated things. It's complicated things.
또 내 몸 마음대로 쓰려는 거 아니야?
Ideally, this was supposed to be one and done. You go to the cabin, you heroically slay the princess, and in the process you save the entire world from being damned to
그게
oblivion.
구출이 안 된다고 뭉충아.
The situation right now, where you're getting a second shot at things, is
해설자는
a
그게 안 돼.
contingency.
딴 걸로 해야 돼 지금. 찔른다는 해설 그거는
A
해답이 아니야.
contingency for what? For you failing, obviously. And you being here means that things are going to be a lot harder than they were. I really shouldn't say anything else. I'm just going to make it worse. Just good luck.
예? 잠깐만 이러면 오히려 해설자가 가만히 있지 않으려나? 해볼 거 다 했는데 안 된다는 거를 우리가 이미 알고 있기 때문에 이 자리에 온 거거든? 차라리 그냥 우리한테 맡겨.
If you knew this could happen, why didn't you tell us? All of this is incredibly valuable information. It would have changed our actions considerably.
중요한 정보인데 왜 이제 알려줘?
I needed you to be in the dark for as long as I could keep you there. It's important. Necessary, even.
하지만 이게 다 알게 되었음.
And maybe I wanted to be the first version of me that you met. I didn't want to be confronted by the alternative.
근데 네 생각대로 그렇게 쉽게 되지 않았어. 공주는 절대 죽지 않았고 할 때마다 세상은 멸망했거든요.
That's pathetic. I never said I wasn't.
해설자도 슬슬 이제 포기하고
Get
있어.
it? It would be pretty upsetting, wouldn't it? To know that you might not be the first version of yourself. At least we can remember what happened before. Seems like we should count ourselves lucky for that. Exactly, he gets it. You're lucky. So don't waste that luck by messing it up again.
그래,
Alright?
잘해야 돼. 이제 잘 골라야
Moving
돼.
on. Why is it important for us to be ignorant? How is it ever helpful to be in the dark? The more I say, the more your mind will swim into dangerous waters. Even saying that is too much. Your success hinges on you having imperfect information. For the sake of the entire world, you need to accept that.
불완전한 정보가 좌우한다고?
I won't. Fine, but you won't get another word from me on the matter. Yeah, sure. We'll see about that. Just give it a rest. This isn't helping.
Focus. This is a serious situation. You shouldn't be daydreaming.
그쵸, 중요한 사안입니다, 공주님. 아이고, 소인이 두고개를 졌습니다. 제발 저의 심장과 폐만은 건들지 말아주세요. 내가 죽은 뒤로 어떻게 됐나요?
Nothing happened. You died.
그쵸.
I went upstairs.
이거 무한
I couldn't
반복이네.
I found myself in a new place in chains again. More of them.
아, 알겠다. 야, 나 지금 모든 걸 파악했어. 자, 그러니까 우리가 손 여러 개 달린 그 괴물 있잖아? 그 공주님? 걔를 만나야지만 완전한 리셋 루프로 돌아가는 거고, 거기에 닿기 전까지는 약간 우리 둘 다 루프하고 있는 것을 기억하는 루프를 탄다. 이게 그러니까 그냥 일반적인 루프랑 찐 루프가 따로 있거든? 그 손이 여러 개 달린 그 친구를 만나야지만 찐 루프를 타가지고 아예 기억이 다 리셋이고, 그냥 일반적인 죽이거나 죽거나는 서로가 서로 뭘 했는지는 기억하는 루프로기 때문에 그 누구지 막 반항의 목소리랑 뭐 의심의 목소리 이런 친구들이 남아있는 거야. 그러면 나랑 공주는 최대한 좋은 관계를 유지하는 게 맞아. 왜냐면은 둘 다 같은 운명이거든.
And now you're back.
그러네. 그만 유일하게 이 모든 걸 기억하는 사람이 누구다? 플레이어다. 찐 루프와 그 진짜 루프랑 가짜 루프, 그 일반 루프랑 찐 루프를 동시에 기억하는 게 우리네요.
Is that really
그래서
all she
우리가
knows?
유일하게 해답을 낼 수 있는 거야.
It's not like we have much of a clue about how things work. And she's probably even more in the
만약에
dark than
그
we
찐
are.
루프가 없었으면은 우리 보자마자 찢어 죽였겠지. 이 새끼 또 만났구나, 닌 뒤졌다 이러면서 극대노했겠지. 감히 내 가슴에 심장을 찔러 이래가지고 내 심장을 찔러 이 녀석 이랬을 텐데. 이거 보고도 모른 척 해주는 이유가 그거잖아.
You're looking at me like I might be hiding something. I'm not.
I'm not.
I guess it's possible she really doesn't know anything. Maybe both of us are stuck in this loop without any idea
우리가
why.
몰라. 근데
or
그나마
how.
의심의 목소리가 좀 똑똑하네요. 저 빈족쇄는 누굴 위한 거지?
I don't know, but you could always try it on.
내 몸에 채우라고?
Maybe it'll fit.
I hope I don't actually have to say this, but please don't lock yourself in chains. We need you ambulatory if you're going to save the world.
족쇄를
I wouldn't
살펴본다.
do that if I were you.
왜? 그냥 보는 거야.
Why is that? Do I even need to explain myself? It's a shackle and it's one without a key. Do you want to be stuck here like she is?
그냥 구경만 한다니까
And
그러네.
what? Is it going to lock the second we put our wrist into it? I don't know. Maybe it will. He doesn't want us to look at it. That's all the reason we need to investigate. But what if he's telling the truth? He isn't. I am.
아 참, 구경만 하자. 구경만 한다니까 왜 그래?
Against your better judgment, you approach the
아,
chain
공주님
dangling
쳐다보고
from the
있어.
far
쟤
wall.
뭐하나?
The princess watches you with faux disinterest as you inspect it, though she can't fully hide her curiosity. I don't want to say what I'm supposed to say next. What is that supposed to mean? It sounds
뭐야?
bad. Is it bad? Yes, it's bad.
이게 왜 배드야? 걔 보는 것만 해도 안 돼?
Come out and say it then. You're just wasting time. Fine. As you hoist the shackle, its heft shifts within your grasp, as if pulled by some odd magnetism.
어?
Before you can so much as blink, it practically leaps from your hands, snapping around your neck.
어? 해설자 이 새끼는 왜 아는데 말을 안 해?
And, as if your situation weren't bad enough, the same magnetism repels your blade, which is flung from your hand and sent skittering across the floor of the basement.
구하러 왔구나. 안녕. 나도 잡혔습니다.
Excuse me?
Excuse me.
Yes? Are we stuck here now?
와, 같이 왔어.
Yes.
공주님, 미안.
Huh, so it does fit. And I guess it doesn't like your knife. We're stuck here together, aren't we? That's funny.
그럼 뭐 사이좋게 지낼까요?
What are we supposed to do now?
기다려야지 뭐.
Can't even cut ourselves out. Guess we'll starve.
공주님이랑 사이좋게 지내자.
That's horrible.
아, 왜
It's not all
호러불이야?
bad. We learned a valuable piece of information. Not to touch things we're specifically told not to touch? No, that there's something special about this loose chain. It's clearly important.
이 사실에는 뭔가 매우 특별한 게 있다는 거지. 그러니까 오히려 나도 여기 갇혀 있는 나 또한 공주의 일부인가? 둘 다 갇혔네.
Yep.
얍. 이제 뭐 할까요?
Wait, I guess. Maybe something else will happen. Maybe not.
이렇게 될 줄 알고 있었냐?
No.
미안. 미안. 대화하기 싫어?
Nope.
왜?
That's rude.
무례하다.
You and the princess wait in silence, though neither of you knows what you're waiting for. But you're waiting for something.
에휴, 뭐 리셋해주겠지
Waiting
뭐.
for anything. This is so boring. There must be something we can do to get out of here. There must be
우리가 뭔가
something
놓치고
we're
있다고
missing.
뭘?
But there isn't. Time passes. It passes and passes and passes. And the basement of the cabin remains much the same.
그냥 공주님이랑
It is cold.
놀자요.
At least the world is safe. It isn't.
아
You're
그러네.
stuck. too far away from both the princess and your blade to do much of anything.
잠깐만, 이러면은 오히려 이게 해답인 거 아니야? 나랑 공주가 같이 있으면은 얘도 화 안 내나 봐. 그만 세상을 구했네.
But she's not ending anything. She's just sitting there.
살렸다요.
Her very existence is a threat. It harms everything around it.
나 안 죽잖아 지금.
How exactly does that work? It just does. But your line of questioning is interrupted by the passage of even more time.
너
And after
해설자가
that,
지 마음대로
even
하네.
more time passes again. And let me guess, the cabin remains the same. If time is passing, the cabin can't be the same, even if the differences are small they
아무것도
have to
바뀌지 않아.
exist.
하지만
That's just how
공주님도
things
그대로
work.
있으니까 세상을 구했다. 와, 세상을 구했다. 해피엔드.
Suppose you're correct.
알아?
Things are changing. The differences are small at first, a bit of weathering here, a bit of erosion there, but then they get larger. And
뭐야? 지하실이 변한다고?
I don't like small talk, remember?
아 미안해.
still rude.
설마 녹슬어? 점점
You continue
녹슬고
to wait
있어.
in
뭐지 나 왜 안
silence, and the
죽어?
cabin continues to change. The decay comes faster now.
잠깐만,
You
나
can
왜
see
안 죽어?
earth through holes in the stonework, can watch lichens
이번엔 뭔
spread
차이야?
along the
나 왜 안
seams of the
굶어 죽어?
walls. That doesn't make sense. Has our entire concept of time
그러니까 나 왜 안
changed?
죽어? 뭐지?
What happened to starving? We should have died by now if the rocks around us are starting to erode.
알아?
She hasn't starved. I guess she hasn't.
칼이
Even more
사라졌다니.
silent time passes as you watch roots push themselves through the increasingly porous walls of the basement. Dirt seeps inside, flowing across the stone floor like a liquid, covering the ground and threatening to swallow you both. Time continues to pass, and pass, and until suddenly,
우와!
there
우리
are
밖에
no
나왔어!
walls. And then,
공주님 우리 밖에 나왔어요!
and
탈출! 오두막을 무찔렀다!
I think he's gone.
드디어 지셨다! 아, 내가 혹시나 했는데 오두막인가 보다. 해설자 자체가 오두막이네.
Would you look at that? We made it out of the cabin, and nothing bad had to happen to either of us.
오호.
So this is the outside world. It's cold.
잠깐만, 야, 왜 리셋하려고 그래, 왜? 잡아갔어! 한 조각 모았다! 이거 괜찮아? 어때?
She's gone. Where did she go? There's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
넌 이제 끝이야. 난 아니지만. 어? 야, 이거는 지금 내가 말하는 건데? 잠깐만, 이거 선택지가 나야, 설마? 야, 내가 영웅인 줄 알았는데 다르다. 내가 영웅이 아니야. 나는 나야. 플레이어는 플레이어대로 따로 있네. 아, 영웅이 내가 아니야. 괜찮아, 날 믿어. 그때는 넌
But it feels so
두려워했잖아.
bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. You're right. Part of me wants the truth, but something stronger is holding me back.
나는 마왕의 목소리네 그러면은. 조만간 또 보자. 아마 괜찮을 거야.
If you say so.
내가 다 기억하고 있음. 자, 빨리 외장하드에 내가 기억력 좀 넘겨주세요. 자, 외장하드 USB 연결하고요. 제가 다 기억하겠습니다.
Feels too good to be true.
과연 이번엔 좀 만족을 했나? 빙봉 빙봉 뭐라? 나 성장했다고? 뭐라? 맞네, 내가 공주랑 같은 건가 봐. 아. 또 오두막에 간다. 또 걔 있겠지. 이번에는 좀 정상화됐냐? 어때요? 이번 그릇은 맛있었나요? 좀 맛있었니? 오,
When I found you
괜찮아졌어.
in the long quiet alone, I was terrified. What if you had decided to let me wither? But your commitment now is final. Your ability to walk the path of mutual annihilation is vanished with your return. If you still wish to obliterate me, it will have to wait until I am complete.
그러네. 아직도 사슬이 묶고 있네요.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more
와,
than I
내가
was before.
성공했다.
Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
또 이런 식으로 조각을 찾아야 되나 보다. 너 얼마나 변했어?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression.
이렇게 왕창
am
모아야
different.
되나?
But I am the same.
기분은 어때요?
Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature. It feels correct. This is what I
조각에
need to
들어맞은
be.
느낌. 아, 이게
This is the only
정답이라는
path
거지.
forward.
그러니까 공주가 흑화하지 않고 그 오두막을 빠져나올 수 있게 해야 되네. 아하. 그러니까 공주가 신체가 손상되지 않고 막 다치지 않은 상태로. 오. 보이지 않는 벽이 날 가로막았어.
Those paths lead to worlds you've already
그
seen.
길들은 당신이
perspectives
목격해가지고
I've
안
already
된다.
They are useless to us
클리어
now.
한 적은 못 가네.
Inaccessible. The only paths of value
아까
are those
여러분들이
that are yet
말했지.
untraveled.
아니 우리 봤잖아. 막 안 되게 막는 거, 문 닫아버리고 막. 일자 진행이 되게 된 거는 다 이유가 있다. 너는 가장 친절해서
Why wouldn't I
고마워.
be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
그래? 이번 그릇은 괜찮아.
This one
맛있어?
is cold and cynical. She has protected herself when others could not. She will make for a clever heart.
영리한 심장이
Do
되겠네요.
not mourn her. She doesn't need to be protected any longer.
죽은 거야 이거 설마? 왜 애도하지 말라 그래? 다음에 뭐 줄까 그러면?
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them.
아, 나에게 맡긴다.
My joy isn't seeing what you choose. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
그냥 다음 공주님이 어떻게 생겼는지 좀 보고 결정할게요 그러면. 난 널 해치고 싶지 않아. 하지만 여정할수록 널 해치게만 된다.
The vessels are shaped by memories of you, but their impulses are drawn to the edge of the long quiet. To them, you are a gate to something more, and any hurt you've caused them is understood as a fair price for freedom. But they are only thoughts and
알바노라는
perspectives.
거구나.
They are not me.
어차피 내가 아니니까 뭐 해야든 말든 그냥 그릇만 가져오셈.
The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before.
상관없다. 네가 완전 흑화만 안 하면 괜찮네.
I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side,
죽이지만
for I would
마라.
not know your absence.
그릇을 또 얼마나 가져와야 돼요?
If I am to be an ocean, you have nurtured me into a pond. My waters are shallow and murky, and I yearn for more perspective. You will have your rest in due time.
오지
I'm
않아
sorry for the
당신은
burdens
안식을
I
얻게 될
place on
겁니다.
you.
슬슬 한번 들어가 볼까요? 성장 방향?
My preference is for you to show me what
저는
you would like
당신이
me to
저를
see.
생각하며 선택한
I
것을
cannot know the
선호합니다.
ways I wish to grow, for I have yet to feel
나는
them.
결국 네가 나잖아. 자,
I
지어주셈.
long for your return, but it will give
바이바이.
me time to reflect on
다음에 더
what I
예쁘고
am.
멋진 그릇을 가져올게요.
We will meet again.
마왕루야! 이번엔 누가 있으려나?
You're on a path in
아
your
시끄러
here.
시끄러. 그냥 공주를 빨리 만나야 돼. 아 설명해줘서 감사합니다.
It's all part of the job.
내가
You make your way
오두막이야.
up a
해설자가
short path to
오두막인가
the
봐.
cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning: before you go any further, she will lie.
네네네네네네네네네. 자 이번 오두막은 어떤 모양이려나?
The interior of the
궁금한데?
cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls of the blade is your
이번엔
implement.
거울도 없다.
You'll need it if you want to do this right.
일단 그냥 갈까요?
The door to the basement, her voice softly.
Hello?
헬로?
Hypnotizing. Don't let it fool you. How many times do I have to
Wait,
들어왔어.
really? You're here to come downstairs. I
Yeah.
want to see the face of my rescuer.
이번에는 그냥 완전
You
초기라
walk
가지고
down
맨
the
처음
stairs and lock
공주구나.
eyes with the princess.
이번에는
There's a heavy chain
완전
around her
찐
wrist,
초기라 가지고 완전
binding her to the
초기화예요.
far wall of the basement.
봐봐 여기도 하나 있잖아. 이게 내 자리인 것 같아. 이게 아무리 봐도 내 자리다 해요.
She's beautiful. I am
아
begging.
시끄러.
I can't believe you're here. I hope you
네네네네
brought something to deal with.
알겠습니다.
Don't do it. If she gets out of
내
the...
물건이 없어. 한번 잠깐 볼까 한번.
You're only making this more difficult.
네네네네 시끄럽습니다.
Thank you.
작가잖아 공주님 작가잖아.
You're making a huge mistake.
아씨 오두막 넌 닥쳐.
No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall
이거
and
열쇠는
give them a
어디서
tug.
구하지?
They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even
이거를
imagine trying to
끊어내는 그
break them
선택은
apart.
없나?
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
네.
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess...
아 시끄러워. 부실만한 거라도 한번. 아 열쇠가 없으면 어떡할래?
Maybe there's some way to break the chains?
아 사슬을 끊어?
Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always...
She
그거는
offers
아까
the
봤던
suggestion
건데
with
이거는?
almost complete
팔자라는 건 이미
nonchalance.
했는데.
If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free. You
어라?
attempt to make your way out of the
아,
basement with the door at the top of the stairs. Someone else here.
또 이런 식이네 또 이런 식이야. 아, 참나.
You make your way to the bottom of the
야.
stairs. This would
자,
have been
이번에는
so
팔자라는
much
거
easier
불가능.
if you'd just
우리
taken the
한번
blade
좀 다른
like you
생각을
were supposed
해볼까요
to.
그러면?
Easier for whom?
자 이럴 줄 알고 칼 안 들고 왔지롱.
Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
공주님
I heard the door
우리
slam.
네
They locked you down
갇혔습니다.
here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
응.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf.
이 공주님도 정상이 아닌 것 같아요.
As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you. The clang of bouncing
이럴 줄 알고
metal.
칼을 안 들고 왔는데 이게 무슨 짓이야?
가 되냐고.
It's the blade from upstairs.
어라?
You're not sure how it made its way down
아니,
here,
지
but if there's a time
마음대로네,
to
지
strike,
마음대로
it's now.
해야죠.
Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
공주를 구한다.
Fine. Against your better, you
잠깐
cut
이러면 내
into
입에
her
피
flesh.
묻은가 봐. 잠깐만. 잠깐 이러면은 첫 번째 거랑 똑같은 루트인데 이러면?
The blade is sharp, and it takes little
이러면 안
effort. Her limb
되는데?
falls to the ground. She didn't so much as no.
어라?
She smiles softly as her
근데
gaze
이번에는
meets
공주님이
yours.
웃고 있다요.
Blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground.
이번에 공주님은 웃는데
How
그래도?
is she still smiling?
Thank you.
땡큐.
No, we won't have any of
아저씨,
As the
그만해!
princess- Wait, this is watch me.
What are you doing?
야, 아까랑 반응이 달라. 얘 또 다른 앤데요? What doing? 도망쳐!
Stop that.
얘는 좀 착한 애 같아. 나 안 죽일지도 몰라.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Your body lunges forward. The blade ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade
얘는
has a
착한
chance to connect.
공주님이야. 아까 그 공주였으면 칼 뺏어가지고 죽였을 텐데 얘는 좀 더 마음이 착하다.
Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get
이거
you out of here
오두막을 부셔야
alive.
돼. 저항을.
The blade. Move
저항해야 해.
the
나도
blade.
강해져야 된다. 공주한테만 의지하지 말고 나도 강해져야 돼.
As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
공주님.
We both know this isn't you.
네, 이건 제가 아니에요. 저를
She nervously
안아주세요.
reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
안아줘요.
I'm sorry.
하지마! 아니 그거 하지 말라고!
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is
하지 말라고!
agony. But you aren't dead yet.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone. Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again. You feel
I'm sorry.
뭘 암소리야! 야, 너 그러면 안 되지!
she doesn't know how to use a knife, does she? Apparently not. Though it doesn't matter how sloppy her knife work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
I'm so sorry.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. It can't just end like this.
아니지 당연히
Right,
다음에
well, that's
또
rich coming from
본다.
As much as I prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice.
2회차에서 기억해
over.
주겠지 뭐.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
나이. 3회차에서 막 소공녀다. 와, 새로운 챕터 나온다요. 이게 어떻게 해도 진행은
You're
된다.
on
너무
a
신기하다.
path in the woods, and you're here to
이번에 누가 나와라? 이번에 아무도 없어. 나 아무도 안 나왔음. 어라? 이번에는 아무도 없네? 자, 일단 간다.
a warning. She will phone.
네네네네.
Excuse me?
누구야 방금 얘는?
Forget he said anything.
클리어드는 누구라고?
But he is a villain.
그림자의
He
목소리.
made our beloved brutally take our life last time. He's trying to keep us apart, but he won't be able to withstand the power of our love.
뭐지? 그 눈물 흘리는 공주님의 모습에 반했나요? 육수가 됐는데 육수?
Last time? What are you talking about?
공주님의 육수가 되었는데?
I think he just likes to hear the sound of his own voice. Let's try to ignore him. I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed. Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
야, 해설자가 우리는 나한테 말한다. 저들의 말다툼에 신경 쓰지 마시라고 하잖아. 얘는 이거 딸깍딸깍 선택지를 고르는 나한테 얘기를 하는구나. 아하하.
The interior of the
이건 또
cabin is
누구야?
clean and elegant, its stone walls draped in fine threaded tapestries, a prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate
거울이다.
wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
이
Walk up to
거울은
the wall
뭘
next to the
의미하는
basement
걸까?
door. It's a wall. What are you talking about? You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabinet. There was a mirror, but now it's gone. Pity. We could have a feather out of place and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her feet if we have a feather out of place.
자, 단검을 이번에는 가져가 볼게요.
You take the
한번.
blade from the table. It would be difficult to slay the prince. I suppose if we're to play the role of dashing
어차피
knight,
내가 안
we need an
가져와도
equally
얘가 들고 와.
dashing sword.
필요하다
That way she'll know
싶으면은 그
we can
오두막이
defend her from
떨어뜨리더라고.
her enemies.
어이없는 친구예요 아주.
Hopefully it doesn't put her on edge. There's no use arguing over motivations right now. It's good that you took the blade. You'll need
자, 그리고 이제 사실 아까 좀 아팠거든.
the door to the basement creaks
아프더라.
open, revealing an intricate stairwell.
좀 아팠어.
Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the... but it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives, a soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
나다 이년아!
Her voice, it's somehow even more beautiful than
너
last
다시
time.
만났구나. 아까
I think
아팠어.
we're in love. Okay, I'm with you that we should be doing whatever we can to save her, but saying we're in love is a bit much, don't you think? We don't even know the princess. Yes,
자,
for
시끄러.
everyone's sake, you're not in love.
니은.
Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation.
자, 얼굴 좀 보자.
You walk down the
오케이,
stairs and
너구나.
lock eyes with the
헬로,
princess.
나이스
There's a heavy chain
미치오라.
around her wrist, binding her to the far wall.
이번에 이런 형태야.
My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust
미친,
and
아유,
foul
뭐냐.
imprisonment. You know she can't hear you, right? She may not be able to
어,
hear my
정말 야,
words.
얘 좀
Your
닥쳐.
spirit's
너무
plenty loud,
시끄럽다
all right.
얘는.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
아. 그런 늠름한 영웅 가슴팍에다 칼을 그렇게 쳐 찔러 넣으시나요?
Did you hear that? She said we're dashing. And she called us a hero. Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it? Waiting for you to come back.
어 잠깐만 걸렸다. 야 멍청한 거
here
얘기하면
before,
어떡해? 그거 얘기해가지고
That's
걸렸잖아.
right, villain. And you killed us. Well, she killed us.
정확히는 공주님이 죽이긴
Only
했지.
because he made us try and kill her. It was
아,
self-defense.
정당방위다.
Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty.
근데 뭐그 상황에서 해결할 방법이 없긴 했어. 이런 건 정당방위긴 해. 찌려 죽이려고 했잖아.
You've died before. So an entire world has been damned
이
to
오두막
oblivion.
해설자를 어떻게든 해야
I really
돼.
hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time.
아, 알고 있군.
We damned a whole world, but everything reset. Nothing resets, you're just somewhere else. You can't keep hopping between worlds forever, especially not without leaving a trail of incomprehensible devastation behind you. This is horrible.
그 정도인가?
Horrible for you, maybe, but we've been given another opportunity to sweep her off her feet and treat her like the lady she is. Now, hold on, if she actually ended a world, are you sure we want to do this? We never saw a world end, and now I'm even more certain that we must chase our heroic and
참.
romantic destiny
야
than
이거
I've ever
완전 육수가
been.
보글보글
I shan't
끓는다.
let anyone convince us otherwise.
이거 너
Are you
그런 말
listening
하지
to
마.
him?
제
He's
정신이
lost it.
아니야.
Don't let him distract you. Just do your job.
자, 공주님 아팠습니다. 근데 나는 궁금한 게 이 정도 상황이면은 그냥 애초에 해설자가 내 몸을 조종해가지고 그냥 찌르면 되는 거 아니야? 지난번에 엄청 아팠어.
I'm sorry. Didn't you want me to?
아닌데요.
Did we?
아닌데.
We warned her of the cruel forces seizing our body. That's practically telling her to kill us. She is our beloved, and she made the choice to free us of our misery, to show us mercy and make the best decision for everyone.
아, 이것이 모두를 위한 최선의 선택이었다.
She made the best decision for her. Don't be so quick to assign kindness. You're just opening yourself up to manipulation.
또 잘라줘야 돼요.
I'm okay with whatever you come up with. You can cut my arm off again.
알아, 착한 애네. 얘 왜 이렇게 착하지?
We won't be laying a finger on her perfect wrists, and indeed, we won't even have to. Do you see how dainty her hands are? we'll be able to slip her right out with no harm done. What? No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains. Why are you two arguing over the logistics of slipping her hand out of her shackles? She just said she'd be okay with any idea we came up with. Am I the only one here who thinks that's weird?
그러게 얘는 너무
She
착하다.
didn't care last time. Why should she care this time? That's our stoic, smiling angel. No, you're right. It's extremely bizarre behaviour and further evidence that she's a monster who's not to be trusted. So go ahead and slay her.
오케이 나만 믿어. 혹시 지난번에 날 죽인 다음에 어떻게 됐음?
I don't know. Was I supposed to have ended the world?
아니야
Would that have made you
왜 이렇게
happy?
착하냐? 뭐지 얘는? 아니야 나 행복하지
Isn't
않아.
that just like our darling princess? She
얘 왜
wants
이렇게
to make us
착하냐? 얘
happy.
이상해.
My heart melts further with every word that passes through her beautiful lips.
난 확실한 거 알겠어. 그릇으로는 굉장히 적합하다. 데려가자.
Listening to her, that's a confession.
넌 그릇이야. 좀 다른 개성이구나. 데려가겠다. 세상은 역하고 인간은 성가시다고? 아니 그런 말을 네 여러분들 나는 마왕이잖아요? 사실 난 마왕이긴 해. 사실 내 알바냐 죽여!
I can't believe that the fate of the entire world has been left in the hands of a misanthrope.
인간 혐오하진 않아. 마왕일 뿐이야.
Lucky for you, I did destroy the world. I destroyed all of it and made it awful for everyone.
와 우리 내가 말하는 대로 했네. 이거 되게 웃긴다. 만약에 내가 선택지를 딴 거 골랐으면 안 죽였다고 했겠지?
I'd point out that she just admitted to obliterating the entire world, but I guess that wouldn't actually move you. Oh, it moves me. Whatever we do next, we should do our best to not let her out.
결국 영웅의 목소리 또한 그냥 한낱 목소리에 불과했다.
But have you seen her angelic face? She should get a pass. She just wanted to make by destroying the world. Apparently, yes.
지난번에 내가 죽고 어떻게 됐음?
You died, and now we're talking.
알아? 기억이 안 나? 지난번에는 해설자가 날
Another
조종했다고.
version of me was pushed to such
다른
drastic
버전을
action. It
이제
was for good
대놓고
reason.
버전이라 그러는데.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
She took that in stride to
이거
a
너무
surprising
착해.
extent.
아,
An
저
almost
너무
unsettling
너무
extent,
착하니까
actually.
조금 궁금하다. 그쵸? 죽여버리면 흑화하는지 좀 궁금하지 않아?
That's because she's
나도
perfect.
조금 궁금해졌어. 이렇게 착한 아이도 내가
Do you
찌르면
think she
화내려나?
has someone like him telling her what to do? She doesn't. There's no one else like me. I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some
이렇게
horrid little
착한
voice
아이가
like him,
있다니.
always trying to drive her to violence.
죽인다. 그만다. 얘는 죽이면 어떻게 될까? 화 많이 내겠지? 좀 궁금하게 근데 그릇이랑 가지고 죽이면 안 될 것 같긴 한데 참. 골치 아프네요. 뭐 착한 아이잖아. 굳이 뭐 죽이고 납품 안 할 거야. 납품은 해야지.
I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, you'll what? Take over our body and force us to try and kill her? Yes. Not on my watch, villain.
하지만 칼도
My
안 가져왔거든,
passions
멍청아.
contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our
홀린자가
dearest,
지금 해설자를
I
맡고
will
있어.
end our life without a second thought.
난 자살하겠다. 나 칼 가져와. 나 가져왔구나 젠장.
You wouldn't.
해설자가 코했다.
I would. I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her?
뭐라?
You approach the princess and gingerly slide her
야
hand from her
그냥 빠지는데요
bindings.
이번에는?
That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. 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 I'll be dam we're doomed.
이번에는 그냥 숑 빠졌음.
I can't believe it. But I guess I have
그냥
to.
됐네.
I told you, there's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh.
얘 해설장 되게 싫어한다. 와, 나 끌어안아줬어. 안아줘요. 와라. 안아줘요. 와라.
Are you sure you want to do this? Just one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade is buried in her back and everyone out there is saved.
단검을 꽂으라고?
Is that a threat? You know what we'll do if you try it. You're going to regret this.
What do we do now?
나가야지 뭐. 이제 우리 뭐 할까?
Let me guess. End the world?
뭐 알바냐? 어차피 뭐 그냥 그 손 여러 개 달린 친구한테 합수될 건데 뭐 알바냐?
Spoken with the rank cynicism of
어차피
someone
10번 리셋하면은
who has
그대로
never
돌아갑니다.
felt
Don't
love
worry.
in his heart.
이거 진짜 리얼 찐 리셋이라면 어차피 그 시간대로 그 완전 처음으로 돌아와가지고 아무런 상관 없습니다. 그러니까 이것이 오히려 세상을 구하는 길이에요. 그러니까 그냥 노멀 리셋은 그 파괴당한 세계가 남아있거든요. 노멀 리셋을 하면은 파괴된 세상이 남아가지고 다른 차원의 그 배드엔딩이지만 하드하게 찐 리셋을 하면은 그것도 다 초기화됩니다.
I don't actually know. Nobody's ever asked me what I
어머
want
착한
before.
거 봐. 너무 착하다요.
She doesn't even know what she wants. You may have had her all wrong. What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world? You're so gullible. Is the only thing you've ever doubted the actual truth?
I think I want to leave, and I think
찡.
The princess closes her eyes in deep reflection.
뭐야.
And then she shrugs.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
나? 글쎄 나는 일단 너를 좀 납품하고 싶은데 왜 안 오지 너? 그 슬슬 계약 시간이 만료되어 감에 따라 납품 계약을 이행해야만 하는 저의 그것도 그 잘 이해해 주시리라 믿습니다. 뭔가 난 네가 원하는 거 알려주길 원해.
I just want to make you happy.
저는 그저 당신을 행복하게 눈이 잠깐만 눈이 그만 좀 커져. 잠깐만 눈 좀 그만 커지면 안 돼?
She can't just want to make us happy.
눈이 너무 커지는데.
It makes sense to me. That's all I want for her, so of course she'd want the same for us.
근데 노래가 좀 이상해지냐?
둘다 익수 같아요.
하지만 뭐가 널 행복하게 하는데?
I just want to make you happy.
네?
Is she broken? What's
야
going on?
그림체도 뭔가 이상한데?
What's going on is she's lying to you, only she isn't a good liar. Are you starting to trust me now?
뭐야? 날 불행하게 해주길 원해. 이게 뭐지? 당연 네가 원하는 게 있어야지.
If that's what makes you happy.
This isn't right. I don't know what's going on, but this isn't right.
아, 이게 잘못된 그릇인가?
I
바이러스
don't see the
걸렸나?
problem here. She's just sweet on us. You don't have to act like it's a big deal.
그러고 보니까 홀린자의 목소리네. 날 불행하게 해주길 원해. 한번 불행해볼까 한번?
Okay, if that's what makes you happy, I can make you unhappy.
Is it just me, or does it feel like we're alone right now?
And they leave
Like we're the only ones here.
ever after? 알아? 얘도 가져가네. 납품! 아무튼 납품. 이것도 좀 잘못된 그릇인데 이건.
No. She
was our perfect match.
또 아무튼 납품 성공.
She's gone. Where did she go?
마음에
Should
드나봐요.
we try and find her? And is that a
세금 냈다.
mirror?
나 세금
Why is
냈어.
it here?
근데 뭐 나름
Why
저런
not?
것도 그 좋은 그릇일지도.
What is that supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing
Ah,
I felt
시끄러,
was do it
시끄러.
then. End us all before I die of a broken.
근데 너희들도 별로 필요 없었음. 자, 어디 잘 컸나? 나 잘 성장했니? 아, 오 쉣. 썩은 그릇을 불량품이야. 미안해. 여기 괜찮아?
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in the directions that my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest.
이 그릇은 괜찮아.
This one is soft and delicate. You molded her
이
to love
그릇은
you, and
부드러움과
she'll make for a
연약함,
gentle heart.
당신의 손으로 당신을 사랑하도록. 이런.
Do not mourn her. She has served
좀
her
망가진 걸
purpose.
잘못 가져왔네. 우리가 세계를 이거 어떻게
My
된 거예요?
perspectives are shadowed.
자,
You have
이동하면
seen
어떻게
what I
되는
have
거임?
seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward,
이건 또 뭔
except when you are here
소리야?
with me.
뭔
Perhaps this
소리야?
will change when our work is done.
그릇을
We
얼마나
will
더
know
가져와야
when we
돼?
near our destination.
아니 더 필요해? 그래 알겠어.
And yet my waters flow and my
너는
streets
모순이
bustle.
아니야.
There
모순은
are
존재하지도
no
않아.
words that can describe me into non-existence. There is no logic that can bind my multitudes. I am everything that you have known me to be, but I am also none of it.
일단 집에
I will be
갑니다.
here when it is time for
가위바
us to
이번
meet again.
납품은 으야! 근데 불량품은 조심해야겠다. 이거 뭔가 프린세스 메이커인가
You're on
봐.
a path in the
저런
woods,
애들이 많은가 봐.
and at the end
이거
of that
랜덤으로
path is
만들어진다
a
본데?
cabin.
이게 어떤
And in the
공주를
basement of
만들지는
that cabin
랜덤이고 납품할지
is a
말지를
princess.
죽임으로써 이 결정하나 본데?
You're here to
프린세스
slay her.
메이커!
If you don't, it will be the end of the.
자, 갑시다.
You make your way up the short warning. She will lie.
네네네네네. 자, 이번 방도 평범한 방이었지? 거울도 없겠고.
The interior of the blade
네네네. 일단 지하실 들어갑니다. 이번엔 자, 어떤 공주야?
The door to her voice soft.
Hello?
Is don't.
안녕, 사람들이 널 죽이려는데?
You must have the wrong
잘못
address.
찾아온 것 같은데요?
Great job. You've given away the element of surprise.
기습의 기회를 날렸다.
Good luck, hero. You walk down the stairs
누구야?
and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist. She's beautiful. I am begging you.
Hi. You were joking about coming to kill me, right? Do you think you could get me out of these chains?
이거 끊을 수 있냐고? 한 번까지 꺼해보지! 짠!
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you.
땡큐.
You're making a no. You're doing. You walk up to the. They're large and heavy.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere up. Doubtful. Whoever
자, 위로 올라가 본다.
Okay. I'll be here.
you attempt to make your way out. Someone else
이러면은
here.
리트야?
You're
문
shut.
열어!
You try
문
to.
열어! 이러면
You
또
make it
뜯는
easier
거야?
for everyone.
또 물어뜯는 거야?
I heard the door slam.
네.
There's a slight panic
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates as she rips her flesh with the blade from, or you won't.
네, 이러면 똑같은데? 에라 찢어.
Without hesitation, you bring the blade down and plunge it into the princess's back.
다른 선택지로 가야겠다. 어쩔 건데?
The wound drives her to the ground.
후후후, 날 믿었나?
Okay, there's no going back now. I'm with you to the end.
You bastard. Were you
진짜
lying to me
화났구나.
this whole time?
아니 어차피 하늘 리셋하면 돼. 걱정하지 마.
The princess
아우
pushes away
쉣.
from you, the motion ripping the blade from her back. Wounded but still alive, she crouches on all fours in the corner of the room and meets your
아니
eyes with the
이래야지
ferocity
새로운
of a
공주를
cornered predator.
수집할 수 있다고.
You've made a terrible enemy, and there's nothing in the world that can possibly save you from me.
I thought we had the upper hand, but it's as if she's
맞아.
barely even threatened by us. It's an act. She's wounded and unarmed. I'm not so sure. Don't waver
망설이지
now.
마세요.
As you ready your blades to deliver a lethal blow, she lunges at your legs with the same animal ferocity she used to tear at her arm.
자 이번 공주는 어떤 공주가 될까요?
Your knife cuts into her again and again as you're tackled to
오,
the ground.
개쎄다.
Your
잠깐만,
body
얘
racked
너무
with
세.
pain as she rips into you with tooth and claw.
강하다.
Forget about trying to rescue her. This is about survival
잠깐만,
now.
너무
Give her
세다.
everything you've got.
공주를
When
죽여.
your nerves are seizing with pain, you know you've done your fair share of damage as well, your blade having left deep gashes in the princess's back. You seize a moment of hesitation to throw her off of you and shakily push yourself back to your
자,
knees.
다음 회차에서는 좀 더 다른 공주로 만나자고. 같은 그릇은 그 납품이 안
We
됩니다.
can still turn this around.
아직 다른 선택할 수 있다고 엄마? 포기한다.
Are you serious?
자, 이러면 어쩔 건데?
As what's
다른
left of
공주를
your
변할
blood
거야?
pools around you on the cobblestone floor, the blade falls from your trembling hands and clatters uselessly against the ground.
그러다. 나는
suppose you
나의
simply
의지는
lack the will
어디까지나
to finish
새로운
the job.
공주를 만나는 것뿐이야.
The princess, wounded but still alive, nervously jumps at the blade and kicks it far away from you before retreating into a dark corner of the room. Her shining eyes watch you from the darkness, unblinking
이러면
and
다음
curious
회차에서
as
나를
you
좀
lead her.
용서해주는 반반 약간 양념치킨 프라이드 이런 느낌으로 나를
We
대해주겠지?
can only hope the wounds you managed to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. If we're very
반반
lucky,
공주 나를
we'll
믿는
kill
거
her
반, 안 믿는
before
거
she can
반.
reach the outside
난
world.
그렇게 하지 않으려나?
After all this time alone, I thought I'd finally found a friend, but you were just another monster, weren't you?
하는 받고 반은 틀려요. 네, 뭐냐? 그러려니 하세요.
This is the end, isn't it? Before you can answer,
죽었다.
everything
안녕.
goes dark.
자, 다음에
여기다.
만날 때 이제 좀 다른 애가 오겠지? 다른 맛. 야수! 야수 공주다! 예! 자, 이번에 야수
You're on a
공주님이네요.
path in the woods, and at the end of that, you're here
네네네.
to slay.
이번에는 누가 왔냐? 자, 야수
Oh,
공주랑
warning.
친구는
She
누구야?
will lie. Does a cat
사냥감의
lie to a
목소리
cornered mouse
찢었다.
when it plays with its freedom?
큰일 났다.
Or is it just acting out its nature?
야, 이거 큰일 났는걸.
I don't see why that matters. A lie's a lie, and if anything, she's the one who's cornered. She could have gotten out of there whenever she wanted
어떻게
to.
하지?
We should trust
분명히
nothing that she
보자마자
tells us,
목을
only what we
물어뜯으려고 할
hear
텐데
and
어떡하지?
smell. That's a very roundabout way of saying that you should listen to me and maybe.
Maybe. 자, 일단은 들어가. 방도 엉망진창이겠지. 뭐 총 같은 거 없나? 총 같은 거.
The interior of the
뭐야?
cabin is ruinous and
인테리어는
dilapidated.
그대로네.
It feels like no one has lived here for a long time, wind rushing in through cracks and holes in the wooden walls. The only furniture of note is a termite-eaten
나 이
table
게임을 좀
with a
이해한 것 같아.
pristine blade
그러니까
perched on its edge.
진행을 하다가 아씨 이거는 루트 조졌다 싶으면은 그 뒤로 가기 있잖아? 뒤로 가가지고 그 촌이 와가지고 리셋해주는 거? 이런 식으로 하면 되나 보다. 하다가
The blade is
만들다가
your
리셋할
implement.
수가 있네.
You'll need it if you want to do this
그러네,
right.
좀 기울었네요.
You
이
walk up
거울은
toward each.
여전히
You reach forward and but there was a mirror and now it's gone.
이 거울은 대체 뭐지? 자, 일단 맨몸으로 가면 되실 것 같으니까
You
단검을
take the blade from the
가져갑니다요.
table.
네, 우리 말로 이제 해결해야 돼. 자, 이제 우리 협상을 좀 해볼까?
The door to the basement creaks
Shit.
open, revealing what's left of an old
우리 좀
wooden
협상을 할까요,
staircase.
그러면?
It's still sturdy enough that you can make your way down in one piece, though you'll have to be
싸우지
mindful
말고!
of holes.
내가 안 죽였잖아!
The air seeping up from below is oddly warm and wet, as if you're descending into a jungle. She growls up the stairs.
I can smell you.
네네, 근데
She
이제
sounds
우리 좀
almost
그거 할까요? 이제
feral.
친하게 한번?
impatient,
우리 그거
Maybe-
수집해야 돼요.
eager. You carefully make your way down the stairs. The last step gives way to the damp earth
이런.
floor of a starlit pit. The walls are obscured by an
공주님은 이미
impenetrable darkness,
풀려났네요.
giving the
기상.
illusion that the room might stretch on forever. You brush against the wide leaves of plants that surround you on all sides,
내가 이 정글의
seemingly the
유일한
only living
생명체라고?
things that occupy this
No.
strange underground wilderness. The jungle is pressing in on us, hiding her from view. She could be
언제
anywhere.
어떻게 나타날지 몰라.
You see only a flash of the princess before she scurries away into the underbrush, dragging her heavy
꼬리가
chain
낫지
behind
않았나?
her. Remember, she's just a princess. She is certainly not just a princess. You're not helping. It doesn't matter what she is. It only
중요한
matters
거는
what she does.
뭐라느냐고.
Her shining
어,
eyes
있다,
appear
있다.
between the leaves,
알아?
staring
또
hungrily
눈이
at
있어.
you from
아니,
the
야,
darkness.
우리 그 화해하
I can
자리.
hear your heart pounding from the bottom of the stairs,
화해하면 안 돼,
fledgling.
화해.
You're right to be terrified.
이게
I'm
다
so much more than you. And a little splinter
아,
clutched in
생각이
trembling
있었다니까.
hands won't save you from me.
전부 다 플래닝이 돼 있던
A shiver
일인데.
rushes up your spine and pulls you upright. The air's shifting. She's getting ready to pounce. Move, now.
움직여. 움직이자. 일단 저 친구의 말을 좀 듣자.
Looking a direction on instinct. As you land, you're buffeted by a gust of air disturbed by the sudden motion of a massive body. The princess. In an instant, she's pounced on the spot where you would have been, her chains rattling across
야,
the floor
이런
behind
이거
her.
나쁜 바다 이거 잠깐만. 사장님, 그릇이 좀 상했어요. 그릇이 좀
Before you can blink, she's
상했어요.
gone, vanishing once more into the shadows. But you still feel her gaze on you.
You're faster than you were before, but
불가능.
you're still meek, reactive,
어떡하지?
prey.
이거 화났다.
You whirl around to find her, and your gaze meets hers, a pair of shining eyes peering out at you from
공주님,
just
그거
beyond the
우리
basement
그게
stairs.
아닌데.
So she's cut off our escape. Shit. What do we do?
자,
You
나가보자.
cannot reason your way out of this, fledgling. There's no compromise with what I am.
쉣. 이거 안 되나 봐. 이거 말 안
At
들어.
least she's upfront about her intentions.
공주님을 말 안 들어. 어떡해. 원하는 게
I
뭐예요?
want to swallow you whole, and I will get what I want.
이러면 루트로
You
가면
have no
애초에
exit.
불가능한가?
You
이
have
루트로
no
가면
hope.
아예 그게 안
You
되나?
live and die by my whims, and my whims
이거는
alone.
납품이 안 되나?
Don't ask her what she wants. Just
아니
slay
이거 야
her.
정신 차려 이거 어떻게 죽여 해설자
Is
정신
that all the
차려봐.
advice you have? We don't even know what she looks like. Some specifics would be very helpful. She's just a princess. Don't overthink it. She is clearly not. She's coiling for another strike. Be somewhat. We're on the back foot. The back foot keeps us nimble, keeps us alive. It doesn't matter if it keeps us alive, if it eventually kills us. We need to take back the momentum. We need to do something.
생존한다는 뭐야? 가만히 있으면 뒤질 거고 반격은 어림도 없을 것 같고. 탐색하면은 죽을라나? 죽은 척하면 먹히겠냐? 죽은 채로 먹어버리겠지?
We
어떻게
have
해?
the
어떻게
blade.
하라는 거야?
I assume all she has are nails and teeth. Let's use our
뭘
advantage.
유주야 유주는.
The steel claw is small and she is large. It's dangerous to fight.
맞아 마지막 순간이야. 일단 살아남아.
Barely moving out of the way before the princess surges past you with a speed that makes her practically unseen.
와 처음으로 저 녀석이 나에게 도움이 된다.
뭐야 내 공주 돌려줘요.
돌려줘요. 하지만 왜 날 죽이고 싶어 하는 거야?
Why does anything kill anything else? She needs to.
내 공주
I
돌려줘요.
didn't say I wanted to kill you.
나 안 죽일 거야? 그럼
It
어떻게 할
sounds
거예요?
like she wants to do something even worse. What she wants only matters if she wins, and you're not going to let that happen.
아니 찔렀지만 결국은 그게 왜냐면 그렇게 안 하면은 공주가 다른 그릇으로 안 돼. 그릇을 굽는 거라고 생각을 해. 여러분들 도자기 구울 때 그릇이 미워가지고 그 용광로에다 쳐놓나요? 그거랑 다르잖아요. 그냥 그릇이 더 이뻐지라고 이렇게 구워가지고 집어넣는 건데 그 그릇이 갑자기 나를 왜 뜨거운 데에 집어넣었어? 이러면서 화내면 어이없잖아. 나 억울하다요. 자, 왜 날 먹고 왜 날 먹고 싶어하는
I
거야?
don't question who I am or what I want.
알아?
I simply do. To act is always better than to react.
그냥
To do
본능만
is always
남았는데
better
참
than to
이성이
watch.
사라졌는데요, 비상. 이 이성이 사라졌어.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but you do well to listen to her. Less standing around asking questions, more doing exactly as I say. A tickling sensation
침묵이
rises at the base
간지러운
of your neck.
느낌이라고 왜?
Flee. You
도망쳐!
can't keep doing this.
생존한다.
You're in her stomach. Or maybe she's a little
이번엔
faster.
맞아야.
You avoid her slavering jaws, but she manages to graze you, her titanic momentum
이제
skinning you
맞았어.
along your side.
해결을 해야 돼.
It's like being sideswiped by sandpaper. How was she that fast?
You're bleeding now.
네, 아파요.
You instinctively touch your side, testing her claim. It's wet
따끔따끔.
and stings from the gentle touch of your fingertips. A costly mistake. We can't make it again.
두 번 다시는 안
We
돼.
will make it again unless something changes. We have to break the pattern. We need more time. She's cutting off our escape.
우리 시간이 더 필요해.
Our game is nearing its end.
그만 숨고 모습을 드러내라.
If you want to see me, you should get better at seeing.
눈이
She
밝아야
knows that her strength
한다고?
lies in shadows and secrets. She won't reveal herself unless she has
아니면
to.
죽은 척할까 그냥?
She's more tense this time. She means this next blow to be the
최후의
last.
인격을 날리려는
The mere thought of moving again makes your bloodied side ache. We're
죽은 척이라도
exhausted.
해볼까?
We're bleeding. We're still alive. We owe it to ourselves to
움직이기만
move.
해. 나 과다출혈한 척하자. 지금이야.
We're playing dead.
죽은 척해.
It's unexpected. It could
나 피
work.
흘렸어. 응.
As the princess lunges from the shadows once more, you collapse to the ground, feigning death. She lands directly on top of you with her full weight, nearly crushing you into the dirt, but then... silence.
나
Only
죽었어.
broken by the sound of your beating heart. It actually worked, didn't it? Only, what do we do to make her leave? Do we just keep playing dead? She sniffs at you, shifting her weight uncomfortably as her face finds yours. Her breaths are hot and oppressive against your skin.
죽은 척 아니었나?
Have you seen my great big eyes? Because they see you, fledgling.
지금
They see your
찔러버리지 안
heartbeat
되겠다. 너무 무섭다.
pulsing
지금
in your
찔러.
throat.
모습을 드러낼 건 멍청이.
Move, now!
지금이야.
But it's too late for you to move. Her jaw unhinges, and she swallows you whole. I guess that's it then, isn't it? Unfortunately for you, no. This isn't it.
안 끝났어?
You are in a dark and caustic place. A thick,
야,
fibrous lining
상체로
constricts around you,
벗겨버렸어.
its slick surface impossible to grip. Your hands scrabbling
그나마
uselessly at
다행인
your
거는
surroundings as they
단검을 가지고
compress in
왔다는
on you.
점이다.
Your lungs can barely expand in such a tiny space. Not that the humid, finite air grants you more than a few shallow breaths at a
단검
time.
가져오기 참 잘했다.
The liquid pooling beneath you starts
아
to seep
잠깐만.
into your skin.
아야야야야야 이거 빨리
You
찔러!
itch,
뭐해?
then sting, then burn as the acid begins its slow work.
공주님
When I
아파요!
killed you, I tried to leave this place, but it wouldn't let me. You belong down there, it screamed at me. The world is better off without you in it.
오두막이 봉인했구나.
The flesh around you rumbles as the princess begins to move, her thundering footfalls twisting you helplessly about. Your skin protests as the
야, 너
corrosive
설마
liquid
이렇게
sloshes
상체로
around you.
녹아버리는
There
거야?
will be no respite for you in sight. The burning grows stronger, and you can feel layers of you being peeled away.
But you don't belong down here. You came from somewhere else. You came from out there. So I consumed your dead heart, and I carried it in my throat, and I draped what was left of you on my
나의
back,
심장을 먹었고
and I
이게
threw
괴물된
myself against
거구나.
that door.
She stops,
안 되겠지
her
근데.
muscles tensing around you, and through the muffling layers of her flesh,
설마
you
이
hear the
상태로
whine of
산채로
straining
나가려는 거야?
metal.
잠깐만, 야!
And with a pop, she lurches forward, your body lurching
아,
right along
이
with her.
상태로 산채로 같이 나간다.
Her chains, she's loose.
But even then, it denied me freedom. You cannot fool me by draping yourself in decay.
이런.
I know your true nature, and it is suffering.
Gravity pulls at you as you're hefted upwards, the distant creaking of ancient wooden steps barely audible over the thudding of the princess's heart.
And then it was gone, and I was here. A new enclosure, a nicer cage, but still a
여기지 여기.
prison. I learned from my wounds. You're alive now. We can leave together.
같이 나가는 거다링.
Does that work? Could she free herself if we're alive in here?
뭐 이거 하면 처음 보네요. 내가 살아있으면 정말 혼자 나갈 수 있나? 이거는 처음 보는 거긴
Do you
하거든.
really need me to
진짜
give you a
가능한가?
definitive answer for you to understand that the situation is grim?
뭐라도
Stop
하자고.
her. Do something. You still have that steel claw. Tear through her before we are her. Survive. Or we could use it to make this quick for ourselves. If she needs us in order to
우리
leave,
스스로
we could
자살할
at least
수
deny her
있다.
that.
오.
That is a bad thing to do.
우와. 어두막이랑 대화할 수 있는
I
거야?
understand it, and it understands me. Talking is for those who don't know how to listen.
그러시군요. 조카 미친. 야 이거 뭐야? 조카 뭐야? 나 칼 있어. 너 찌를 수 있어.
You threaten me, but you don't act.
얘를 찌르면은 뭐가 문제인 줄 알아? 얘를 찔러버리면은 그 더 최악의 길로 가. 얘를 찔러가지고 죽이지. 그러면 다음 회차에서는 더 큰일 나는 괴물이 나옵니다. 더 위험해.
Your body is violently jostled, the disruption causing burning skin to slop from raw muscle, and you hear what you can only assume is the princess pulling against the door to the cabin.
The cage is still locked.
아직 잠겨있네?
I don't think we can talk our way out of this. We are drowning in death. There's no more space for words.
나를 삼키기 전에 얘기하면 되잖아. 이거 나가면은 납품이 맞네. 밖에만 나가면 납품이긴 하지. 그러네. 일단 뭐가 됐든 나가면 납품이긴 함. 이거 도장이 좀 생긴 게 좀 그런데. 한 번만 이거 가차 한번 돌려볼까 한번? 가차 한 번만 해볼까? 가차 한번? 이거 이러다가 뭔가 지금까지 경험상 더 최악의 길로 가긴 함. 이게 횟수를 더하면 더할수록 좀 그렇지라고. 자 이거는 이제 죽으면 어떻게 돼? 잠깐만 죽으면은 자, 일단 배면은 더 끔찍한 게 될 수 있고, 내가 죽던 제가 죽던 챕터는 올라가. 내가 죽던 제가 죽던 챕터는 3 이렇게 올라가는데, 그게 좀 뭐가 됐든, 자, 내가 죽는 게 좋은 가차일까요? 제가 죽는 게 좋은 가차일까요? 이거 참 모르겠는걸. 아, 이거 누가 죽어야지 좀 이뻐지나. 한번 물어나 볼까 한번? 나 자살한다.
I'm so very, very patient. If it takes lives and lives and
다음 내가 올
lives to swallow my
때까지
way
또
to freedom,
먹는다.
then that is what I'll do.
아, 내가 죽으면은 또 이걸 또 한다.
Your body is violently jostled, the disruption causing burning skin to swap from raw muscle, and you hear what you can only assume is the princess.
The cage is still locked.
I don't think we can talk our way out of this. We are drowning in death.
야, 근데 뭐 여차하면은 그냥 지루 가서 리셋하면 그만이긴 해.
Though you have little room to move, you use what strength you can muster to drive the blade forward into the thick walls of tissue digesting you.
I can feel you tearing through me, but are you swift enough for it to matter?
The pulling returns to power as the princess desperately throws everything at the cabin door. Your flesh screams as your reddened, spongy body is hit with fresh waves of blistering acid.
진정을 찌를
You
걸.
can't hold me forever.
또 찔러.
You slice again, deeper, rooting through her meat with the tip of your blade, until at last it finds her
이렇게 된
beating
이상
heart.
엘리전이다. 엘리전으로 간다.
But will can never truly exceed the limits of the flesh. Your vision finally begins to blur,
내가
your
저
eyes
엘리전에서
clouding over as they melt in
엘리당했어.
their sockets. What little air remains in this rancid stew of flesh and slippery organs is finally too foul to breathe.
자, 이러면 챕터 3냐? 이번 아예 숲이 되어버렸네요. 큰일 났다.
We are a path in the woods. We have no beginning, and we have no end. But something cold and unnatural sits watching us
야,
from
아예
just
애초에 그냥
beyond
공주님이
our
해버렸네요.
edge. His gaze pushes against our borders, curling them in on themselves, preventing...
No, that's wrong.
No.
You're not a path in the woods, you're on a path in the woods. Who's even saying that?
이거 공주님이 말하네요.
That's not the princess, is it? Oh no. How many times have you been here?
저 3번이요.
I think this is our third? That's bad. That's very, very bad. It wasn't even supposed to reach 2. If you're at 3, well, no wonder things aren't the way they're supposed to be.
아, 원래는 2번도 안 되는 거야. 그릇을 2번 구우면 안 되네. 한 번에 구워야 되네.
Oh, isn't that fun? He's upset.
방향심 오랜만이야.
Of course I'm upset. The world is at stake here, as I'm sure you already know. Let's get our facts straight. What happened last time? What could you have possibly done for things to be like this?
네가 하라는 대로 찔렀어. 왜 그래? 네가 하라는 대로 찔렀잖아.
The thing that sits beyond our edge
해설자
speaks his
이름씩
logic
굴릴
into
땐
us.
맘대로 움직이면서
He
그러니까
tries
도움도
to
안 돼.
grasp at things that
경계
cannot be
바깥에 있는 게
grasped.
우리 같아요.
He tries to stare with wide pupils at that which can only be held from the corner of the eye or with a passion.
Shut up. The rest of you
Shut up!
talk. What happened? What did you do?
찔르라고 해서
Yes,
찔렀어.
talk.
공주는 우리 목소리 듣는
I
거야?
can hear everything, little one, but you don't have to be afraid of me. There's no place where you end and I begin. Nothing can hurt you here. Not anymore.
I like that. I don't feel so small anymore when you put it like that.
That's because you aren't small, even if you act that way. We're both so much more together
함께하자고,
than we
나랑?
were apart.
커다란
And we
존재가
can be
되고
so
싶다고
much
합니다.
more still. Vast. Unfathomable.
If you really want to know what happened, we tried playing dead, and she ate us.
먹었어.
She ate you. And now you're convinced that you're stuck together. What a mess.
아, 섞여버리면 안 되는구나.
He doesn't understand. We aren't convinced of anything, and we aren't
한
stuck
몸이었잖아.
together.
맞잖아. 우리 둘이
We're
같은
one.
거라니까.
This is
역시.
how we're supposed to be.
아, 약간 이런 거
Can't
같더라.
you feel
족쇄가
it?
하나 더 있는 것도 그렇고.
Sure, being one with the princess is pretty great, but what can we even do right now? Hope we're not supposed to just passively exist like this. I did not sign up for passive existence when we faked our own death.
그저 존재한다. 우리를 감시하는 저것은
I'm
뭐야?
not watching you, I'm trying to help you.
뭔가 비밀이 풀리나?
That's not an answer to our question.
I don't know what he is. I only know that he is something other, and that he wishes for you and I to
당신과
tear
제가
ourselves
서로를 찢어
apart.
죽이길 원한다.
I do want
이거
that,
공주가
only
많이
because it's in your
많이
best
알았네.
interests. It's in everyone's best interests. You won't be able to slay her unless you remove yourself from her.
이거 쓰레기네. 그걸 원하는 거 맞대. 이런 쓰레기.
He wants us to kill each other.
그러니까.
I don't. I want you to kill her. Don't be charmed by her faux solidarity. You're not in this
그러니까
together.
이 새끼 말한 거 봐라. 당신이 공주를 죽이는 걸 원합니다. 그러니까 영웅이 죽이는 게 아니라 나. 이걸 선택하는 내가 죽이길 원해.
She's the only one who poses a threat to the world, and she's trying to make you go along with it. You don't have to enable her, especially when you have what it takes to stop her.
날 잡아먹.
We can't go back to that. We can't go back to the fear and the hunger and the pain. Not after being something as beautiful as this.
죄송. 화가 많이 나졌나요?
Doesn't all that conflict feel so
갈등은
far
사소하죠.
away right now? So
참나.
petty. We've been posed against each other by something that understands the strength of our unity.
화내는 거 봐.
I can feel a thumping. A
심장
heartbeat.
박동 이런 거?
Like a distant terror that keeps getting louder the more we pay attention.
Please, stop. If you let it in, we'll fall apart.
Don't look at it!
오지 마!
Maybe a
너무하네요.
little peek wouldn't hurt.
슬쩍
Aren't
보는
you
거
curious?
슬쩍 한 번만.
I'm curious. You should look. Never mind. If he wants to look,
안
then
보여. 미치냐
I don't
얘봐.
want
마당심
to.
진짜. 내면의 공포를 응시를 뭐 굳이 이 상황에서 내가 할 수 있는 거 없으니까 슬쩍 한번 볼까요?
Please, don't make us remember how I was.
And just like that,
알아?
you start to fall
떨어졌다고?
apart. I can remember it now. I didn't like being eaten. I'd forgotten how much it burned.
아, 이거를
was so
본
hard to
거구나.
She didn't care.
아하, 이 잡아먹었던 기억 자체를 없애버렸나 보네.
As you remember the terror and pain you felt at the hands of the princess, you remember that you are a distinct being with a finite form and a mortal body.
아, 나무로 만들었다가 우리가 기억을
There's a shifting
해냈구나.
of the space around you, the infinitesimal movement of your molecules rearranging back into the shape of what you're meant to be.
나를 감히 나무로 만들어.
Finally, something is happening. I honestly didn't know what to make of all this. Bit too metaphysical for me. It's hard to have a goof when you're stuck being metaphysical.
No! I devoured you! I won! I put things back the way they were supposed to be!
Some division, when sown, can never truly be mended. A cavernous gash rips across whatever it was you thought you were.
오, 나무를
Cabin
찍고
comes into
나왔어.
being among the trees.
휴.
approaches, and it swallows your body whole.
그것이 다가온다고 나를?
And then you find yourself laid in hand, exactly where you need to be. At the center of it all is the princess,
이건 또
a wooden,
다른
fleshy heart
공주님이네요.
beating with an unbroken rhythm. You're
이거
filled with a sense of purpose.
납품을 해야 되나?
Strike at her. End this once and for all.
I feel empty, don't you?
I don't think we should kill her. It would annoy him if we didn't, right?
죽이면 납품 못해요.
I feel safe. She isn't dangerous anymore. We could leave her.
그냥 떠나면은 납품일
We
듯.
could both live.
죽이면은 사채대로 나와가지고 이제 뭐 세상 멸망
Do
이런
we
거
have
아니야?
to do this? You have to.
아우 해설자는 시끄러워. 우리 공주를 난 날 주고 싶었던 적이 없다고 정말로. 난 그걸 막아야 이게 정답이야. 난 널 죽이고 싶지 않아. 도자기를 굽는 거는 도자기를 죽이는 게 아니라고.
This little bastard.
이 새끼
If you
말하는 거
think I'm
봐라.
going to let you free her, you have another thing coming.
또 간섭한다. 야 해설자 나가 이씨. 이 비선적인 개자식이라니.
And that other thing is...
또 내 몸 가지고 장난치려고
Just have
그런다.
to wait and find out when it happens. Ignore him. His words only confuse us. Just do it. You're tired, aren't you?
사냥개는 왜 이래?
No, I'm not. I'm... fine. Whatever. You cut the princess down from the roots that bind her. I hope you're happy. Good luck getting her out of here. Ha! That's right. Seethe at us. I thrive on your frustration.
야 근데 이거 루츠가 더럽게 많은 거 아니야 이러면은?
I didn't think you would do that.
난 그럼에도 불구하고 널 용서한다.
It's so cold without you.
당신 없이 너무 추워요. 괜찮아. 너를 기다리는 친구가 또 있어. Don't worry. 납품합니다. 가져가셈. 휴! 이번에도 잘 구웠다. 야.
She's gone.
세금이에요.
Where did she go?
세금이에요.
And there's that mirror again.
아유, 뭘
But it feels so bad. Yeah, don't look at it. I don't like that thing.
그래.
Reeks of death.
죽음의 냄새가 네, 알겠습니다. 조만간 또 보자고.
If you say so.
Don't worry.
I'd like to be somewhere nice. You're not messing with us, right?
자, 이번 건 좀 특이한 그릇인데 마음에 드시나요? 메롱. 자, 과연 썩었을까? 아까 성장했는데 이번 자, 성장, 썩음. 그 다음은 말라버렸는데? 해체되는 건 뭐야? 아니 왜 이렇게 잘 안 되냐? 그릇은 어때요? 잘 괜찮아요 그릇은?
There's
그릇은
a
마음에
world
들어요?
beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. I am curious to see what it means for us to know it.
바깥 세상엔 사람 있나?
It doesn't matter if there are. People are too small for us.
인간은 너무 조그매?
You and I are the only things that interest me.
이 그릇은 어때요?
This one is like a shadow of me.
우와,
Twisting
정답을
lines
찾아
and
헤매는
search
얼기설기
of answer.
어서 성콜이구나.
She will make for a curious heart.
호기심이 많은 심장이 되겠네요.
Do not mourn her. She has found what she yearned for.
정답은 뭐였을까? 맞아, 이거는 자 나한테 말 거는 건 뭐야?
No, their minds are empty, existent, but constantly shifting into something new.
역시
Do you think
바깥에서
your
보는
narrative
사람이
lives in the
해설자구나 그러면.
spaces beyond?
오, 라라라. 처음에는 없다가 회차를 진행하면서 하나 생기는데 항상 해설자는 존재합니다. 처음부터. 이놈.
Do not look to one who fears me for your truth. The only answers worth knowing are those we can find within
그래?
ourselves.
걔는 결국 별거 아니야 그러면? 너가 깨어나면 어떻게 되는 거야?
If I did, I would already be awake. One. Whatever
마지막이야!
you bring me next will be enough.
심장 줘.
And then gravity will
가리고
pull the
말해라.
others back to me.
오! 마지막이라면 혹시 원하는
These
쓰는 게
gifts are
있나요?
conversation, and each one shows me the contours of your heart. The
나름
only
나쁘지
thing I
않아.
want
지금
to
호기심의
see is what
그릇이랑
you choose for me
따뜻한
when the
심장이랑
thread
그
is
냉철한 거
finally
이거는
drawn.
진짜 나쁘지 않아. 냉철, 호기심, 따뜻한 마음이야. 이번 괜찮아 나름.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what
과연
we are.
마지막에 나의 그릇은 어떤
I will be here,
그릇이려나?
waiting for you.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement, you're here.
네네네 지나갑니다.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning, she will
오케이 들어가고. 근데 이 칼을 가져가는 문제, 안 가지고 들어가는 문제 다 문제네.
The
뭐 어떻게 해야
interior of the
되냐?
cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and
자,
the
이번엔
floor
칼을
and the blade is
가져가겠습니다.
your implement. You take the blade from the table. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a her voice.
Who's there?
얘 누구 뭐야? 말투가 다른데?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
칼을 가지고 오는 게 마니아에 따라가지고 최초의 성격이 좀 다르네.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
그냥 괜찮은지 걸어왔음.
Oh, it's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
You walk down the stairs.
칼 가지고 들어가면 좀
and lock eyes
냉소적인
with
애로
the princess.
되는구나.
There's a heavy chain around her wrist.
She's so cold.
Focus on the task.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
자, 아까 얘를 처음 만났을 내가 뭐 했더라? 기억이 잘 안 나. 아직 결정하지
How
않았어.
about you drop the knife and the two of us just talk?
Look how reasonable she's being. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do.
자, 단검을 일단 아까는 떨어뜨렸거든. 이번에는 쥐어본다 그냥 뿅.
You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten
겁먹었어.
your grip on the blade.
헤헤헤, 이 상황은 내가 통제한다.
You poor thing.
알아?
Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
You step forward, your grip on the
아니야,
blade
죽이진
tightening
않을
as you
거야.
steel your resolve.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get... So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you
단검을 떨어뜨린 잠깐만 이러다가 내가 떨어뜨렸거든? 떨어뜨렸다가 그냥 그거 아니었나? 엄청 기다린 거? 엄청 기다려가지고 자연히 감옥이 사라져버린 거기 아니었나? 지무장 상태
I'm
확실하냐?
positive. I'm not. But we'll keep our eyes peeled.
Hesitating? Why don't you drop the knife and the two of
그거는
us can be
팔자라고 그랬나?
civilized with each other?
기억이 잘 안 나. 일단 이번에는 좀 거칠게 한번 가볼까? 근데 갑자기 찌르진 않겠지 설마?
Then I'm not talking to you.
얘기 안 했고요. 좋아, 그럼 교차 상태네.
I guess we are.
For the love of everything, just slay her.
해설자, 넌 좀 가만히 있어.
Or drop the blade. Do something.
정말 대화 안 할 거야?
Yeah, I'm sure.
아, 대화하자.
For goodness sake, the two of you can't just stand around like this forever. Eventually, something is going to give, and I highly recommend that you be the one to take the initiative here.
이거 죽이면 안 돼. 일단 죽이면은 화를 많이 내서 안 돼요. 일단 떨어뜨립니다.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an
경험상 찌르면은
unceremonious.
큰일 나.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
그럼 어떡하냐?
Against your
구한다는
better
선택지가
judgment,
없음.
you step forward to
어떻게 할
speak with
수가
the princess
없다요,
face
이거?
to face.
결국 자기
will
손을
be
물어뜯을
fine.
거야.
I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you that
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
어떻게 해야지 널 여기서 나가게 할 수 있지?
you can't. Don't bother.
I'm guessing you don't have the
아마도
key then.
이거잖아. 열쇠 또 칼이야. 아, 또
Her sharp
이거잖아.
heart, she isn't. She is.
No. 잠깐, 또 이건데. 아, 이러면 안 되는데. 똑같은 루트인데, 이러면. 내가 널 왜 죽이러 온 건지
Do
알아?
you?
아니, 몰라. 너가 세상을 멸망시키려고 했다는데.
Don't just tell her that.
내 맘이야!
That's cute. Do you believe that? Do you think I'm some sort of
괴물 아닐지도 몰라.
monster? If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they
그런데.
told you why I'm allegedly so?
와, 공주님
dangerous?
머리 똑똑한다. 솔직히 말하면 널 믿는 것 같아요. 그러네.
Sooner or later, you'll understand that I have your best interests at heart. Hopefully,
How sweet. Now be a pal and help me get out of here, would you? We could figure out how to deal with them after I'm free.
족쇄는 안 돼. 이거 잠깐만. 이거 족쇄를 조사하면 너 지 팔 끊은 다음에 나를 이렇게 할 거란 말이야. 또 자기 팔 자른 다음에 내 목 잘라가지고 그렇게 되지 않나? 이 챕터에 가가지고 다른 선택지를 골라라. 아, 그럴 수 있긴 하겠다.
Fine. What do you want to know? Too long.
note that
Oh, have
you know.
일단 그러면은 나가자. 이 챕터 간다 그러면.
You walk up to their large and
자,
heavy
if you
오케이.
don't have the key,
그럼 챕터 안에 놓고 저장해야 할 수도.
I'll be here.
자, 아비해요. 하지만 문
attempt
잠궈버렸죠. 네네. 알고 있어, 이
make your
자식아.
life easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam, the knife.
네,
won't.
자르겠습니다.
Against you cut the vigilant power.
슉슉. 자, 올라간다.
No, that's the
날
way.
찔러줘. 경고도 안 돼. 막혔어. 아, 이렇게 되면은 그 이 챕터를 못 가네. 아하, 이런 식으로 된다. 무조건 이 공주도 그러면 공격을 해야 되네. 착한 공주도 찌를 수 있고 나쁜 이 친구도 찌를 수 있네요. 아예 고튼 에라 모르겠다.
Bring the blade down and plunge it into the princess's back. Finally. Okay. There's no going back. Though the blade left a deep gash in her shoulder, she barely so much.
Are you serious?
하지만 보이지 않는 벽이 날 막았는 걸.
I don't know what came over you, but if we're
그냥
doing
깔끔하게
this, I
죽여주세요.
guess I'll have to kill you. Do you think I need both of my arms to do that? I can beat you to death with one.
네네. 이왕
But I
이렇게
don't
되면
have to tell
깔끔하게
you that.
죽여주셈.
I'll go ahead and show you.
포기한다. 죽인다. 근데 죽이면 화가 많이 날 텐데. 마왕펀치.
As the blade falls from your trembling hands, the princess rears back, readying a bone-shattering
이왕 할
haymaker.
거라면은 살살 해주셈. 마왕펀치!
You fall to your knees, barely able to process the ringing in your ears before she hits you
공주님
again.
개쎄!
Every blow is as punishing as the first. You feel
아,
bones shatter with every
공주님 너무 세요.
impact, unknown ruptures blossoming with blood somewhere if we're lucky. The wound you manage to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place.
Oh, too weak to even try fighting back. How
살려주세요.
disappointing.
She places a confident heel on your chest and pushes you down to the ground. Her knee falls to your throat, your windpipe crushed beneath a weight you didn't think her slight form could possibly possess. It can't just end like this. I'm sorry,
아니야,
but
그건
it's up.
아니야.
Everything goes
괜찮아.
dark.
이러면
And you
어떤
die.
공주가 있으려나? 성체 잠깐만 날 안 믿는다 보다. 비상!
You're
그
on a
누구도
path
믿지
in
않아.
the woods. You're here to
자, 이제 가볼까요? 이번엔 어떤
warning. She
친구가
will lie.
나왔으려나?
Might as well
절망의 목철 그래
pledge
비자.
ourselves to her. And stop pretending we're capable of doing
살려주세요.
anything in this situation. She probably doesn't
미안합니다.
even need to try to overpower us. Can we tone down the pessimism just a smidge? I'm not being a pest. You're being annoying. Just ignore their bickering
저자의
and whatever you
주장은
do.
묻지 마셈.
Don't play. I agree. If she's wrongfully imprisoned, then we should rescue.
방금당했다는 거야 한다.
Given the stakes of the situation, there isn't really a difference between rescue. So please try to.
네네 들어가겠습니다.
That's what you
과연 엄청난 성이 막 있는 거 아니야? 아무도 들어오지 마. 아무도 들어오지 마.
The interior of the
역시.
cabin is larger and more grandiose than its
아무도
humble
들어오지
exterior would
마셈.
suggest. The only furniture of note is a
개열받으니까.
massive marble altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Why do we feel so small?
머리가 작아졌다는 거?
We don't feel small. We are
혹시
small.
거다이맥스 공주님인가?
You walk. What are you talking? You reach forward. We should
이
count
거울은 대체
ourselves lucky.
뭘까요?
Some things are better left unseen.
자, 아까는 단검을 가져갔는데 어떡하지? 네, 공주님도 설마 나를 통째로 먹어버리나? 이번엔 배 갈라볼까 그러면? 약간 이번에도 잡아먹히면은 그냥 통째로 한번 배를 갈라보겠습니다. 빠르게 슥싹 노템전 하자고. 왜? 다들 왜 이렇게 노트 싹싹 빌어보자고. 왜? 아니 야, 저 거인이랑 싸울 텐데 뭐 노템전이야. 이건 좀 걱정되는걸. 아, 이번엔도 커전 상태에서 속 먹으려나? 니달리는 아니지만 이번에도 나 먹히는 거 아니야? 통째로 먹혀가지고도 그렇게 되는 거 아니냐고. 근데 거인인 상태일 것 같긴 해. 아, 근데 이게 맞나? 화가 났으려나? 아니야, 차라리 이제 싹싹 빌어볼까 엄마?
No
그래,
blade this
가서
time.
빌어보자 한번.
Yeah, blade, no blade. It doesn't matter.
그냥 가가지고 빌어볼까 한번.
The door to the
죄송합니다.
basement creaks open,
향 냄새가
revealing a
나.
spiral staircase. Its steps almost as
계단
deep as
하나가
you
나의
are tall.
키만큼 높습니다.
This is actually
이게 좋아.
it's still a stone basement. If the princess, her booming voice rolls up
동력
the
같은
stairs.
목소리가 올라옵니다.
Is that a guest I hear? Don't linger on the stairs.
이
Come down
몸을
and witness me.
You
알려놔라.
weren't kidding when you said it was booming. She wasn't like this last time.
화가 많이
You
났네.
shouldn't have come down here unarmed. We need to get down there. She wants us to see her. Should we be worried about your
그러게.
sudden change in attitude?
얜또 왜
Just a
갑자기
few minutes
내려가라
ago you were going
그러냐?
on about it doesn't matter what that little voice says. He's not the one making the decisions. Though if his
자, 일단 내려가.
making your
공주님,
way
제가
down the spiral
왔습니다.
staircase is a
나
time-consuming
그래도
and
마지막에 잘
exhausting effort.
내려갔다.
Every step requiring you to clamber over one edge before dropping to the next. But soon the end. The princess towers over you, almost glowing in the weak starlight, her figure framed by a stained glass window. Her long hair billows around her.
야,
and
근데
a chain
그래도
binds her
짐승보단
wrist to
낫다.
the far wall.
짐승보단 이게 낫다.
The chain is nothing to her. It might as well be a toy for all the good it would do. I told you it was pointless.
The little bird has returned to me. I wonder what he wants.
죄송합니다.
I see your hands are empty. You've already given up, haven't you? You aren't even going to try and kill me. How sweet.
아니 그게 아니라
And
아까도
more than a little disappointing.
공격하려는 거 아니었어.
She's disappointed in us?
어?
Kneel.
네! 끌어! 싫어! 미쳤냐? 죽고 싶어!
On her command, you fall to the floor, knees painfully connecting with hard stone.
한 방에 죽어!
That's my good little bird.
드디어 그래도 이번에는
Why don't we
풀어주기진
talk?
않네. 휴.
The last time we met, you told me I was destined to end the world. That thought wrapped itself around my heart. It has pulled at me since the moment I squeezed the life out of your broken lungs.
그래 죄책감을 느꼈나요?
I could feel its fundamental truth awaken me. The collapse of the old is a necessary prelude to the birth of the new. And the world as it is now is overdue for
알아?
alterations. It's time for me to seize my destiny, and you, little bird, will help me seize it.
Well, that gives away the game, doesn't it?
라라라라.
It does. But why did she say the last time we met? That's not right. That can't be right.
네, 두 번째입니다.
She's right. We've
Sorry,
been
sorry.
here before. And we've died here before. Pitifully. He's being melodramatic, but the point stands. What are we even supposed to do to stop her? Well, I'll be damned. Okay. First things
할 일에
first, you're going to have
전념을
to
하고.
stuff those pessimistic thoughts someplace far, far away and commit yourself to what needs to be done.
단검이 있어도 저건 못 죽이겠다 이 멍청아.
The stakes of the situation should be perfectly clear to everyone now. And if you're going to save the world, you have to have faith that you can pull this off. You can't win a battle that you've already lost in your mind.
정신적으로 치면 안 된다. 질문 좀 하겠습니다.
Know the limits of your privilege, little bird.
어?
There's an empty place at my side for you to fill, if you'll have it. But it is not a place for an equal. It is a place for something worthy to be kept. A priest, perhaps.
야, 그래도
or a
내가
pet.
마왕인데 지금. 계열받네.
This isn't about desire. This is about what I am. And I have little interest in discussing destiny with one that cannot see the
이상해졌어,
divine
사람이.
truth that
왜 이렇게
shines
됐냐?
in my heart.
내게 뭘 생길
All
생각이냐?
you have to do is break these chains and set me free.
이 족쇄를 야 이거 봐봐 족쇄가 얘는 조그매. 나를 위한 족쇄가 맞아. 둘 다 같은 사람이야. 나랑 얘랑은 같은 거예요. 얘가 조그맣잖아. 그렇게 가면 알아서
Don't
하시면
be
되지
rude.
않나요?
Of course she can. It's not rude to question someone who's apparently trying to end the world. That's exactly why it's rude.
I can, easily. But that isn't what I want to do.
그거는 내가 원하는 게 아니라.
The story of a terrible and bountiful God unbounded of her own will is no story at all. It's not worthy of everything I am or everything I'm bound to become. It isn't even worthy of what I was. The destruction in Genesis that's to follow in my wake is deserving of a song that can echo for eternity.
내가 중이병 걸린 것 같은데요.
The song of you being so struck by my glory, so overwhelmed by what I am, that you feel you must deliver me into the world. And from your act of utter devotion and submission
이것도 설마
springs a new
불량품인가?
dawn, a better dawn. Submit now, submit later. It makes no difference.
나의
Because
의지가
in the end,
너를 압도할
no matter
것이다.
how vainly you struggle against me,
일단 무조건 복종밖에 못해.
Your will was so easily broken. Am I that
선택지를
magnificent?
전부 다 뺏겼음.
All you need to do now is break my chains.
If this is what you want, then I guess there's not much else for me to say.
이거 어떻게 부순?
No, you can't just give in to her, not when the stakes are so high, not when you're so close. I won't let you do this.
There's still something in the way. A greasy film inside of you
이거까지
where
안
it
나고.
doesn't belong, trying to conceal you from me. Is that a person?
그치만 이쁘잖아.
No, it used to be a person.
이쁘잖아.
It's something different now. An
지금은
echo.
메아리가 되었군.
Is she talking about you?
뭐야, 얘도 진짜 뭔가 전능해졌나봐.
It's
신기하다.
impossible. She's not supposed to be able to interact with me.
You're a small one, aren't you? A shriveling little worm stretched beyond its limits, trying to control things that it can't
화났어!
understand.
비상!
No. What are you talking about?
그래, 야, 해설자 좀
I
죽여버려!
don't care what you are. You're mine.
해설자 좀 없애봐!
Ah!
나이스!
Rise, my little
야,
bird.
공주님! 드디어 이 시끄러운 해설자 새끼를 쳐냈군요!
Without hesitation, you're brought to your feet.
오! 나이스! 해킹 성공!
Break my chains.
아이고, 그럼요,
And how are we supposed to
끊어야죠.
do that? We don't
그럼
even
어떻게
have a
끊냐는데?
weapon.
All you need to do is believe it's been done.
할 수 있다고 믿기만 하면 돼, 정말로? 믿지 않으면 어떻게 되는 거예요?
You poor, wretched little thing. You already do believe. You've always believed.
그 정도인가?
All you have to do is open the last
그럼 나의
door
의지에
in
걸린
your
거
heart.
아니야?
It's easy.
내 의지가 더 중요한 거
Once
아니야,
you let
그러면?
her in,
와,
you'll be safe.
내 의지가 더 중요하네.
Please don't do this.
내가 얘를 지배한다면
There's nothing to be sorry about.
아니야?
Alright, I'm done with
이미
this.
그냥 나는
I'm just gonna go
망한
sit in the
거야.
corner. Let me know if we get our agency back.
나 구석에 앉아 있는데. 끊어.
Her chains shatter, and the cuff falls from her wrist. She is loose, and the end
근데
is upon
공주님
her.
그거 알아요? 너가 아무리 잘난 척해도 그냥 그릇이야 너는.
What a good disciple you are.
아무리 잘난 척해도 그냥 너는 그릇인데
It's time for
뭘
us to
잘난 척이야? 이제 어떻게 됐나요?
Nothing. And then everything.
너 세금이래.
따라랑. 안녕. 납품. 휴, 다 했다. 납품 완료. 행복해졌습니다. 예.
She's gone. Where did she go?
아유, 괜찮아, 괜찮아. 자, 이제 뭐 너희랑도 만날 일 없다. 바이바이. 자, 이번엔 과연 이번엔 좀 잘 되겠지? 누구 잘 컸나? I am nothing. 잠깐만. 하지만 좀 더 집중해서 보니까 나는 희미한 그림자 새야 나? 나 까마귀야? 넌 나야?
I think you know what I am.
해설자 이놈! 해설자 이놈! 어라, 근데 여기까지 해설자가 쫓아온 건 처음인데? 어라라? 어라? 뭔가 잘못했어! 뭔가 잘못했어! 너가 해설자라고
The
있었어!
narrator. Yes. I suppose that's my job, isn't it? You needed help after all. An objective voice to guide your blade. But you were never supposed to see me. I wonder how many worlds you've
얼마나
damned to
많은
extinction before
아니
this
세계
far.
멸망 많이 안 시켰는데. 미친. 넌 뭐야?
Oh, I'm nothing like you. I'm an echo. Likely
수많은
one of many.
메아리라고?
Somebody made you after all, and I'm what's left of him.
어라라.
Not that I'm the only one who can make that claim. I'm sure you've met many others like me.
해설자들은 각자 존재하는
Of
거야,
course.
그러나?
That is by both necessity and design. This construct you're in exists in many places at once. Anytime you failed, anytime you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both your consciousness and hers into another world.
그러니까 육체는 언제든 얼마든지 육체는 만들어 놓고 필요할 때마다 이렇게 의식을 옮겨가지고 또 하고 또 하고 또 하고 또 하고.
But you'll be awake soon. And then it won't be able to work like that anymore.
그럼 목적을 다 했네요. 으야! 와, 근데 질문이 많지 않아. 너는 루프에 대해서 알고 있었고.
Any other version of me you talked to was just that, a version of me. It wasn't me. As to why they lied, perhaps they thought that admitting to it would have pushed you to certain realizations that would have made finishing your task impossible.
인정함으로써
Maybe they were just in
임무가
denial.
실패한다.
I'm sure many of them were convinced that they had to be the first version of
맞아요.
them you'd encountered. Anything else would have been too existentially unpleasant.
야, 해설자도 불쌍하다. 어떻게 보면은 해설자도 그렇게 막 전능한 친구는 아니네요. 나는 그냥 복제라는 것을 받아들이기 싫은 몸부림이었어. 나는 이미 널 만났는데라는 걸 인정하지 않은 게 나는 일용품이 아니라고.
For all I know, each of those other versions of me could have had entirely different understandings of how this
뭐야
construct
그럼 말만
works.
털 줄 아는
Who's
애들이었다.
to say which of them were right and which of them were wrong, really? Except for me. I can
저는
tell you for a
쟤하고
fact
그래
that I'm
너는
right.
아니야? 근데 너 죽어버렸는데 점점 죽어가고 있음. 구성재 바깥에 있는 사람들. 이 사람들
Of course
뭐야?
not. The only way this construct could function was if nobody knew what it was doing. But the bones of the universe are old. It's on the cusp of its dying breath, and the people out there are consumed with thoughts of oblivion.
저 세계 리셋이야 정말로?
When the patterns are wiped from the sand, when the board is reset, who will remember them? All I've done is give them a chance to live outside of the shadow of the end.
사실 네가 아픈 거 알 바노고. 봉주는
She
뭐야?
is the shifting mound, the ebb and flow, the capacity to change. She is transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can.
어허, 그러니까 모종의 이유로 세상을 리셋을 해야 되는데 그 새로운 시작의 속성이나 관점이나 형태나 이런 것을 지금 내가 끌어다 본 그릇으로 하여금 만든다. 그것이 처음이 돼가지고 이제 새로운 세상을 뾰로롱
So I tucked a part of myself into the folds of this construct
이거
to guide you.
어렵다. 이게 좀 게임이 좀 어렵네요. 아, 그래서 당신을 이끌기 위해서 야, 뭐가 됐든 얘도 도자기를 굽는데 협조를 한 거네. 최대한 객관적으로 그냥 사실만 해설하되 그릇을 안 만들려고 하면은 강제로 내 몸을 움직이든 뭘 해가지고 그릇을 제조하려고 했다. 아하.
This isn't the end just yet. You can still destroy her and save everyone. You were made to do this single task, and you will still have a chance to fulfill your purpose once I'm gone.
왜 아직도 파괴라고 해? 제가 사라지고 나면은 그녀를 만나니까 그러니까 새로운 세계의 개체 구축이냐 아니면 기존 세계를 이어나갈 것이냐 뭐 이런 건가? 놀랜다 소리가. 그러게 왜 하필 공주냐, 근데? 다른 개념은 안 되는 거야?
Are you asking me to spend my final moments psychoanalyzing you? She wound up a princess because you wanted her to be a princess. As to why, maybe she needed to be beautiful, important, above you, but on a level you could still approach. A herald of things to come.
나보다 윗사람이지만 닿을 수 없지는 않은 존재.
I don't know. Gods are supposed to be beyond comprehension. I really shouldn't try and anthropomorphize you like this.
고고하게 저 하늘을 외했지만 그래도 저 밑에 있는 것들이 나에게 닿았으면 좋겠다 뭐 이런 거네. 그럼 나의 진짜 정체는 뭐냐고? 공주가 세계를 대변한다면 나는 거기에서 살아가는 그런 건가?
You're the long quiet, the god I made to rid the world of death.
나는 정막입니다. 죽음의 세계를 막기 위해 제가 창조한 신. 미친 난 뭐 특별해. 우리 모두가 여길 떠나지
It
않으면은
wouldn't work. Her nature as the shifting mound makes it so nothing can last forever as it is now. It wouldn't matter how long the two of you waited. Eventually she would find a way to leave. And then everything would change. Everything would face oblivion. And until then, the clock ticks on.
이러면은?
As you are now, you won't be able to will her into anything. You don't work the way a living being does.
이젠
Not
안 돼.
anymore. And as you were before, you couldn't be trusted with the knowledge of what she is. No one could be trusted with that knowledge. Intrusive thoughts have a way of creeping in and ruining everything. It's why I had to die.
더럽게 어렵네. 해설자의 죽음 마지막 한 조각인가봐. 네 시간이 다 한 것 같구나. 나도 몰라.
I've said
네
my
개나
piece,
들어보자고.
and my time is up.
모든 걸 왜 나한테
It's
떠넘겨?
like I said, I'm just an echo. And echoes always fade away.
바이바이. 나는 정막이다. 새로 태동하기 시작한 무한한 신이야. 내가 신이구나. I am God. 마지막 한 번 더 오두막에 간다. 당신은 모든 것의 심장부에 도착했지만 그릇은 없네요. 왜요? 알아? 알아? 도자기가 너무 커졌다요. 와, 제왕 도자기다. 마음에 들었나요?
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me.
와우.
It's been so long, and my heart has ached for
세
this
개가 아니야.
moment.
되게 많아. 하나,
I've
둘,
missed
셋,
you
5개가
dearly.
넘어요. 메아리. 메아리는 알아?
Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him, and I know his construct. He was deluded by his fear of death. Pay him no mind. Names are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the shifting mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am. Ever the
이제
passive
어떻게 되는
player,
거냐요?
always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it?
아니야, 나 그래도 클릭은 열심히 하고 있음.
When the echo spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes.
네가 와, 나의 추리 성공. 우리 같은 존재라니까. 메아리가 우리를 줄로 나눴다고 하잖아. 원래는 거기 항상 족쇄가 하나 더 있는 게 그 자리가 내 자리였던 거임. 캬. 나는 선택이고 얘는 역할이다. 그래가지고 내가 선택에 따라 얘가 뭐 야수가 되든 성체가 되든 상냥함이 되든 뭐가 되는
둘로
거네요.
나누었음 죽어야 하긴 해.
저는 죽음이 아니지만 죽음은 저의 수많은 모습 속에 품어져 있습니다. 내가 찔렀거든요.
So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
당신은 저를 파괴하여 죽음과 의미가 사라진 세계를. 근데 그거는 완전한 정마가 아니야? 굳이 그래야만 할까? 죽음도 없고 아무것도 의미가 없다면은 존재하는 의미도 사라지는 거 아닌가? 결국 나는 선택을 해야 되는구나. 그냥 떠나도 되는 거야, 그냥?
Even as your eyes begin to open, you still hold on to the notions of is and is not, of beginning and end. Pitch black islands in the blinding light of the
아하! 저
infinite.
비유가 재밌네요.
There is nothing to
무한한 빛
resolve,
속에서
nothing
혼자
restraining us but
칠흑같이
us.
어두운 조그만 무인도라고 하네요. 나는 왜 내가
Of
선택을 해야
course I have
돼?
a say in all of this. You and I share reflections of each other's burdens, just as you and I share reflections of each other's gifts. If we didn't, the winding paths that brought us here wouldn't have been full of strife and conflict.
대화로 해결하자.
My very nature is paradox, as is yours. You cannot use words to grasp at
그러면은
things that are beyond their reach.
논리로는 해결이 안
And
되고
you
그냥
cannot
죽이던가 말던가
rationalize
해.
that which defies logic. But violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten you, then so be it.
아니요. 싸울 생각은 없는데 굳이? 왜?
You become nothing. A black hole of self-loathing fed by the matter of your restless thoughts. You are terrified of a power so far beyond you that it strips the meaning from your every action.
아니 그냥 클릭 좀 했다고 사람을 이렇게
But at
배드
the
엔딩으로
feet of
간다고?
that power, the dark parts of you cannot help but run
왜?
away.
질문 좀 할
Your
수도
analysis is
있지.
reduced to cinders by the blazing light of the
왜
divine.
급발진하냐?
When I proclaimed my godhood and presented you with a place by my side in my new creation, you
마지막에
gladly took it.
설마 그거였는데 마지막에 그거 내가 근데 그거는 선택지가 없었는데.
Without me, there is no future to look towards. It is hope that carves meaning into consciousness.
하지만 파괴도 안 되잖아. 차라리 아니 그러진 않냐. 넌 스스로의 자아에 잡아먹혔어 멍청아.
And through your lack of one, you too were consumed. Yet together, we were able to create something beautiful.
오, 꺼냈다.
A web of nerves, laid upon a web of nerves, laid upon a web of nerves. The shade of a beautiful beginning we can never return to.
나는 이게 진짜 신이 너무 조그매.
You knew me, and I
어,
knew you.
봐봐, 얘도
Even more
나왔어.
than either of us know each other now. And you chose to
안녕, 그루사 안녕.
But you did not choose to end me. We were still one, but we were also separate, and we were free. We were as we are. Will you excise that part of yourself now that you see me from yet another angle?
우리는 한 몸이 동시에 떨어져 있어가지고 다른 관점으로 봤으므로 이제 그걸 없앨 건가요? 다시 하나가 되면은 어떻게 된 거지? 잠깐만. 하나가 되면 안 돼. 그냥 하나가 되면은? 넌 나의 일부였어. 그래서 너를 치지 못했어.
All things are connected through me and through you. To harm me is to harm yourself, is to harm everything. The truth of that.
얘도 나왔어. 아, 잠깐만, 그만 찔러.
And another, and another, and another. Do I miss your heart because I can't stand to see it go?
아, 잠깐만. 야, 이거 왜 내가 대상이 됐냐? 내가
Love melted into skepticism, and you pulled back layer after layer after layer, until all you were left with was the knowledge that you did not know me.
이거 내가 고른 거에 대해서 한 번씩 설명을 해주는 거네. 이 무조건적인 사랑에 대해서 결국 이 사랑은 녹아내려 의심이 되었고 당신은 한 걸음 한 걸음 뒤로 물러나다 끝내 저를 전혀 알고 있지 않다는 사실을 닿았습니다. 너는 어떻게 하고 싶어? 몰라. 네가 행복하면 좋아. 너 이랬잖아.
You sought the truth then. Will you hide from it? Now that it is within your grasp.
이제는 진실을 알았어. 뭐 어떻게 죽여야 돼? 왜 자꾸 자기 죽이라 그런다. 그 진실로부터 숨을 셈인가요? 나는 진실로부터 숨지 않아.
Then don't. Leave with me. There's no need for you to fight what we are.
내가 나의 관점에서 바라보기 전까지는 너와 떠나지 않을 거야.
If you need more time to open your eyes, then I will give you all the time in the world.
너도 내 입장이 대박 그러면 나도 어쩔 수 없었다고. 아, 싸우지 말고.
And everything is to deny the proof of reality that lies in front of you. By believing in your suffering, you make your suffering real. In believing in your limitations, you placed a shackle on your neck.
아, 이거 아까 맨 처음에 구했던 개다. 모든 것을 의심하고 그랬던 나다예요.
But even then,
이 공주
you remembered the
얘잖아.
impermanence of the material and watched as the walls of your prison decayed into nothing.
오, 그럼에도 당신은 영원한 것은 없다는 사실을 기억했으며 감옥의 벽이 썩어 없어지는 것을 지켜봤습니다. 오두막은 결국 녹아내렸다.
To be impermanent is not to end, but to change. And for the world to be impermanent is to make finite the suffering of all things.
맞아, 영원하지 않은 세상을 만드는 것이 모든 것을 모든 것이 고통을 끝내주는 거예요.
Would you strip that gift away and leave them all to suffer in their
그래서
permanence?
정말 널 죽이라고? 아니, 아니, 죽이면 안 되는, 잠깐만. 죽이면 오히려 안 되는 거 아니야? 죽음이 없고 개념이 없는 건데, 그러면? 야, 죽이면 안 되는 거야. 잠깐만. 언젠가는 불멸의 축복임을 알게. 그럴 리가 없잖아. 개념이 없는데 뭔 불멸이야. 그건 고문이지.
It would. Our purpose is to be and to experience, and their purpose is the same. To be permanent is to cease.
그럼 대체 왜
To be
메아리는
paused
그렇게까지
is to
한
be
거야?
trapped.
왜 메아리는 그렇게까지 이거를 막아내려고 한 거지? 당신과 그녀의 갈등이 가라앉아 당신은 떨기 시작한다. 당신의 의지가 빠르게 사라지고 있다.
Nothing is immutable. Everything that is exists only in relation to everything it isn't.
왜 자꾸 맞는 말만 하는 거 같지? 이상하다.
There is no constant. There is no center. Open your eyes and accept what we are. We can leave this prison together.
야, 선택지가 너무 많아. 잠깐만. 이건 탐색이고 이거는 탐색이 없네.
It is from my vantage point that I can see the totality of truth.
이곳에 있어가지고 완전한 진실을 본다고? 우리가 여길 떠나면 여긴 어떻게 되는데?
This universe dies, and a new one is born. And that one dies, and a new one is born.
잠깐만,
And you and I
그거는
get to
좀
witness it
뭐라?
all, weaving a tapestry of life wherever we go.
아니야, 잠깐만. 아무리 그래도 그건 아닌 것 같은데. 계속 그런 식으로. 너는 네 관점을 내게 관찰하려고 모든 것을 했지만 너는 왜 날 무시해?
What I offer you is not perspective. It is truth.
너도 내 말 들어줘.
Whatever you're trying to do right now, you don't have to do it alone.
영웅이가 나한테 말을 해줬어. 살아있었구나, 영웅아. 너는 어떤 영웅이지?
All of them? I assume in the same way that
모든
you're all of
영웅이
you.
모였어. 모든 영웅이 지금 전 차원에 있는 영웅들이 모여줬어. 다른 모두들은 어디 있는 거야?
They're still where you left them, stuck in the folds of this place. Part of me is with them, just like part of me is with you right now. There's still a piece of me nestled close to where it all began. I can take you there. I can take you to her heart.
It's time to resume our dance.
나의 조각들이 모여가지고 반격을 할 수 있나 봐.
She's relentless, isn't she? Let's make this quick. Are you ready?
나 준비됐어.
Then let's go.
let's go. 우와, 미친 뭐냐? 와, 최초의 시대로 돌아가나?
And here we are. I'd say we were back where it all started, but I guess it's a little after that, isn't it?
그게
Do you need me to describe things?
아니, 해설자는 이제 필요 없어.
That'd be nice. A little comfort in an almost unfamiliar place. Oh, you made it here too?
너도
We
왔구나.
never really got to talk to her, did we? This one, I mean.
과연 공주의 진짜 생각은 뭘까요? 정말 이런 결말을 바랄까? 새로운 우주로 나아가면서 모든 거를 다 없애버리고 또 새로운 거 만들고 이거를 촉발자는 정말
Yeah,
사라진 거야?
it's dead silent in here. Whatever it was that was left of him, I don't think it could handle you waking up to godhood. Pretty sure he got obliterated. Really goes to show how much you've grown up. Killing somebody across every iteration of reality just by existing. I don't even know what I would do if I were in the driver's seat with that kind of power.
속이 시원하네. 사실 그 녀석이 사라져도 좋은 건지 모르겠어. 아니야, 걔 너무 시끄러웠어.
Really? I'm gonna miss the guy.
아, 미스라고. 걔는 막 자꾸 나를 조작하려고 했잖아.
Yeah, right. He really put us through hell, didn't he?
걔 때문에 얼마나 개고생을 했는데. 다른 사람은 누구 없냐?
It's just us. I think the rest of them are still out there, jumbled up in the rest of her.
이런.
And I've been here since you left me here. No hard feelings. I'm just glad you're back to see this through.
이거 그 차원이네. 내가 맨 처음에 막 반항심 돼가지고 응, 안 해, 안 죽일 거야 했다가 막 오두막이 여러 개 생겼잖아. 그때 거기네. 거기에 내가 두고 왔잖아, 얘를. 아니 근데 이거 어떻게 이렇게 할 줄 알고, 이거 어떻게 내가 진행할 줄 알고 이렇게 됐냐. 와, 너무 신기하다, 게임이. 내가 반항을 처음에 안 했으면 어떡하려고 그랬음. 자, 단검을 가져간다, 안 가져간다? 저는 안 가지고 들어가겠습니다. 더 이상 단검은 필요 없어.
No blade it is. I'm not sure what we'll be able to do without it, but your judgment has gotten us this far. If that's what you think is best, then that's what you think is best. I'm just along for the ride at this point. Those winding stairs
이게
again.
다니구나.
But now there's only
와,
one way
이게
forward.
처음이자
Do you remember
마지막이었던
the first time we
거야.
were here? The first time we heard her voice.
맨 처음 이거. 아니 이게 무슨 전 게임 완전 신기하다.
Yeah, it was a real mess. Stopped being
맞아,
fun pretty
완전
quick.
엉망이었지롱. 가가지고 막 여러 개로 막 갈라졌거든요.
It's okay. You can come down. The stairs
Oh,
won't
있다.
bite. Not
뭐가
this time.
반짝반짝 아니구나. 나 이거 눈인 줄 알았음. 반짝반짝 깜짝 놀랐네.
We don't know what you want from us, but let's talk. All of us. Maybe we can help you find your way.
She doesn't sound messy anymore, though. At least
그러게.
somebody here feels put together.
이번엔 가운데로 한번 가볼까요?
And forward we go. We shouldn't keep her waiting. That was easy compared to last time. Just
이번에 족쇄 누가
stairs.
깨웠어.
No weird fuzzy stuff or nonsense trying to pull us apart. Yeah, that wasn't so bad.
So you didn't bring the knife. After all the lives we've lived together, and all the lives we haven't, you somehow found a way to move outside of the script.
오, 스크립트 대본을 빠져나갈 방법을 찾았다.
Are we missing a page?
앉아. 그로 얘기를 하자. 너와 제안, 그쵸? 너희는
It's okay. No hard feelings. In a way, you helped us become a version of her. But we weren't very good at it. I don't think a conversation with us then would have been very insightful. That's probably why we were taken away. That's all we had to offer you. It was time to change again.
After all we did, she's just forgiving us. Just like that. You know,
미안해.
that means a lot.
칼로 찔러서 미안. 근데 나도 먹혔잖아. 이거는 그냥 넘어가자. 나도 막 자아 먹히고 했어. 막 찔리고 주먹 뚫렸음. 너는 바깥에 있는 저거랑 같은 존재니?
Yes, we think. We're kind of like a shadow. Out there, every part of us is blended together into one huge idea. A big wave of unyielding change crashing against the world.
세계를 파멸하고자 하는 하나의 정신이라는 거?
But in here, we're fractured. Small. Still a little more separate than we'd like to be. Our instincts still trying to pull us in different directions.
That's kind of like us, isn't it?
그러네.
Yeah, we really are the same.
사실 우리는 굉장히 비슷했다요. 나는 사실
Hard
신이 되고
agree.
싶지 않아.
Seems overrated. Too much pressure.
너는?
But that's what you've always been, even now. You can't put aside such an
너도
important part of
마찬가지야?
who you are, and neither can we. So, you might as well embrace it.
우리 그냥 떠나는 우와 둘 다 떠난 거다. 우리 그냥 떠나는 거 어떨까요?
He'd hate that. So you should do it. Even if he isn't here anymore, it's the spirit of the thing.
Leave? But what would happen if we left with you? Would we exist inside ourselves? Are you sure you want to find out if that's possible or what that would mean for you? Is that what you want?
오, 공주의 손을 잡는다. 나는 원래부터 떠나고 싶었다. 뭐 이거야. 그냥 우린 채로 이 오두막 문 밖을 나가고 싶었어. 너랑 나 단 둘이서만.
After so many iterations, so many different versions of us clashing and coming together and clashing again, leaving with you feels like all we ever really wanted.
I think I'm gonna stay right here. Whatever you're doing right now, wherever you're going, it feels like it's for just the two of you.
아니야, 너희도 같이 가. 여기 운다. 눈물도.
Yeah, I think we've done our job.
전부 고마워. 정말 같이 안 갈
Yeah,
거야?
it wouldn't feel right. But I'll be okay. We'll be okay. See? I'm not even alone. If he's here with me, I'm sure we can find the others too.
그러면은 또 다른 나들아 안녕. 우리는 목소리를 남기지 않고 우리 둘이서만 떠날게. 안녕. 다들 잘 지내. 반항심아 너 그래도 괜찮았고 사냥꾼이랑 나머지 애들도 잘 만나가지고 살아야 된다. 당신이 앞장서고 공주가 뒤를 따라간다. 둘은 마지막으로 지하실을 떠난다. 계단을 올라서자 평소에는 폭력과 위협과 목소리들로 가득했던 공간에는 정적이 흐른다. 하지만 그 정적에는 무언가 힘이 담겨있다. 미지에 대한 기대감. 계단 끝에서 공주가 멈춰선다. 시선은 오두막 문에 고정되어 있다. 그녀의 몸이 경직된 것처럼 보인다. 공주의 짧고 긴 삶들의 여정 속에서 그녀는 처음으로 자신을 확신하지 못한다. 그녀는 더 이상 맡아야 할 역할이 없다. 그녀는 공주다. 이내 그녀는 문을 향해 나아간다. 그녀는 들뜬 발걸음으로 뒤따라간다.
We can feel the threads of all the stories we've told together, all pulling us back down the stairs and into those chains where we know the outcome of everything that could ever come to pass.
하지만 나는 미지로 떠나겠어.
It's comfortable there, but it's confining.
멋진
We
말이네요.
want more. We want whatever might be on the other side of this door. Something new that we'll experience together, with someone who
그것은-
exists outside of us.
편안하고 안락하지만 비좁습니다. 지하실이거든요. 짜여진 각본은 끝났다.
With someone who can see us in a way we can never see ourselves.
I love you 뭐야? 뭔 I love you야? 아이 참 감정이 뭔 옆에 무슨 일이 있는지 아무도 몰라.
And that is why we're here. We can't wait to see it with you.
야, 나는 괴물인데 뭐. 슬레이더프린세스. 오, 이렇게 엔딩이구나. 혹시 멀티 엔딩이야 그러면? 죽인다는 엔딩이랑 떠나는 엔딩도 있을 것 같긴 한데 신인 상태로 떠나는 거랑 그 다음에 공주를 죽이는 거랑 이 정말 내면 속의 진실을 찾아 떠나는 좀 많을 것 같긴 하다. 최소 3개 정도? 플레이해주셔서 감사합니다. H를 눌러가지고 URL을 숨겨주세요. 아, OST가 있다고 하네요. 탐색 왜 이렇게 많아? OST를 이 정도면 진엔딩 아니야? 다른 게임은 여기가 이런 거에 있는 것 같습니다. 이 정도면은 뭐 진엔딩 아니겠냐 사실상. 진엔딩 국룰. 헤어졌던 예전 동료가 갑자기 나타나가지고 우리는 사실 함께였어. 어? 이게 진엔딩이 아니라고? 고정과제 왜? 진엔딩이 없어? 그래? 나 일단 내가 본 엔딩은 15.1% 플레이어만이 도전과제를 달성했습니다. 그 다음에 33.2% 아, 그냥 자기 엔딩이 엔딩이야? 아무튼 멋진 게임이네요. 결국 프린세스를 죽였으면 안 됐네요.